Morning, baseball fans. Welcome to the Sunday leg of the doubleheader here at Norbronk, where the TRU WolfPack will take on the VIU Mariners in Game 3 of the 4-game series. Keith Manby on the mound for the TRU WolfPack starting off this game. He's built up a 2-0 count on the VIU batter who just put one down the left field line foul.
Boy, Mavi.
Shoot, that he was the sugar daddy. Need a place to stay. You know, eventually you're gonna have to go with some sugar and babies.
All right, Manby off to a hot start here. Sorry, I'm not. We're just catching up on some administrative duties here. Manby with a strikeout in the first at bat. Now working on batter number 2 for the Mariners. He's got a 1-1 count. That's to number 21, Alex McLaughlin. It's going to be a high fly ball to left field. Left field, it looks like it's Hunter Fanshaw under it for the catch.
Sorry, I had my guts with it.
That'll be a bloop into left center. Riley Hay actually had to lay out to keep that ball from going any further towards the fence. Did a great job doing that. When he hopped up to gun it in, he unfortunately dropped the ball. That allowed the runner to get a stand-up double out of that. Riley looking like a shortstop there in center field, laying out to keep that ball from going by him. So a runner aboard for the Mariners here in the top of the first. No score. 2 away. And Ryder Duncan to the plate. That hit was by Trevor Nickel. Oh, man, he just misses the outside of the plate there. So Manby having a strong season so far. 2.57 ERA after 14 innings pitched over 2 games. Recording 9 strikeouts. And he'll be just inside on that pitch. So 3-0 to Duncan. Runner on second, 2 away here in the top of the first, no score. And that'll be an inside and high pitch. Manby's asking his battery mate, Lucas Miracle, to come out and chat with him. Just getting things straightened out, making sure they're on the same page. Manby has his first walk of the game. And that'll bring Sam McPherson to the plate. Mamby will catch the inside of the plate that time for strike one. Tip foul back. That makes the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. That'll be a curveball, be a grounder to the shortstop. Gabe Powell, he'll go across to first. And the tall Simon Crossfield stretches to his left, makes the catch. And the TRU defense gets the out. So that's 3 away. Mariners leave 2 aboard. Record no runs, and we'll go into the bottom of the first, tied at 0.
Amazon distribution center, hell, really hate the car roasting for the dirty work. I'd rather do it by myself. My tour rider leave a lazy, busy. Got my tracks and when the hair salon is busy.
All right, the Wolfpack will lead off with their third baseman, Carter Spencer. He'll put a grounder down towards third base, and it's going to get in the gap. Just past an outstretched diving third baseman, and the first pitch goes for a single to Spencer, and the Wolfpack have a runner aboard early. Bennett Mason, the pitcher for the VIU Mariners. He's a right-handed chucker. VIU sporting their navy blues with the baby blue pinstripes. Riley Hay, the center fielder, is now batting for the TRU Wolfpack. Oh, that'll be high and so inside. You probably heard the pain through my call. Hey, where's that one between the shoulder blades? He'll shake it off, and he'll be happy to take the free base. That'll advance Spencer to second. So 2 aboard for the Wolfpack here with Jared Sucro up to bat. Sucro squares to bunt, pitches outside. Sucro retracts the bunt, and ball 1 is called. So the Wolfpack looking to advance the runners into scoring position. Spencer takes a long lead at second. Hay taking an equally long lead at first. Sucro thinks about bunting, doesn't really square up for it. Watches strike one across the plate. So 1-1 to Sucro. Sucro squares. Not sure. Sucro's an excellent hitter. Not sure how much bunting he does on a regular basis. But he's got 1 ball, 2 strikes on him here, so I'm guessing he's not going to be bunting. And he'll watch strike 3. So Sucro gets himself a little bit tied up there on the bunt, no bunt sequences. Definitely not something that's probably as easy as it sounds to do. That'll bring Manny Recchi to the plate. Recchi, a solid hitting left-handed hitter for the Wolfpack. Spencer's on the go. Hayes on the go, and both of them are going to be safe. So a double steal. As you probably saw, catcher trying to go down to 2. His throw was a little bit off, a little bit high. Hayes slid underneath it easily. The receiver of the throw, I think it was the second baseman, either the shortstop, I'm not sure, did a good job trying to tag that foot. Didn't get to it. So the Wolfpack will go to work with 2 in scoring position. This will be a deep fly ball by Recchi. Spencer's tagging. Spencer will score easily. Hay will go to third, and he'll get into third easily. So the Wolfpack are on the board with a well-executed sacrifice fly by Manny Recchi. Sorry, I was just watching Manny Recchi run off the field here. I don't know if he got a haircut overnight, but I almost wasn't sure that was him. So 2 away here in the bottom of the first. Wolfpack have a runner on third and a run in. And that'll bring the shortstop, Gabe Powell. Gabe Powell watches the inside pitch get called for a strike. Powell would come out of yesterday's second game for some issues apparently with some hydration issues. So he should be all fine now. And he'll put a grounder to the shortstop. Hay will trot home, throw across. Gets there in time, and VIU gets the third out of the inning. So Hay coming across means nothing. The Wolfpack will end the bottom of the first with a run, and going into the top of the second, TRU leads the VIU Mariners 1-0. If you're into that kind of thing, I just noticed it's 11:11, people. Make a wish. So moving into the top of the second here, the Mariners will bring Dylan Bowie to the plate. Manby back on the mound for the Wolfpack. His first pitch will be called outside, ball one. That'll be a ground ball foul down the third baseline. Wolfpack sporting their black jerseys with white pants today. First time this spring 2025 season that they've done that. One of the sharper looks they have, if you ask me. And they'll be outside and in the dirt for ball two. And for anybody who's wondering how they pick their uniforms, it's actually apparently the starting pitcher that gets to pick. So Manby goes with the blacks on whites. Manby down in the count, 3-1 to Bowie here. And that'll be a way foul, way out of play. Chop to the right side. TRU defense looking at my left field. It looks like that's Hunter Fanshaw. That's Riley Hay in center field. And Jared Sucro playing right field today. And that'll be a shot up the middle. It's going to land in the gap. Riley Hay will chase it down and get it in a second. And Dylan Bowie has a single to lead off the Mariners here in the second inning. On the infield, I've got Carter Spencer playing third, Gabe Powell at short, Jacob Anker playing second, and Simon Crossfield at first. Of course, we've talked about Keith Manby on the mound, and his battery mate today will be Lucas Miracle behind the plate. That'll be low and inside for ball one. Manby catches the outside edge of the play there. Lucky to get the call because Miracle couldn't hold on to the ball, so sometimes that throws off the ump, but not in this case. I think he was right. That ball looked like it crossed the edge of the plate. So 1-1 to Anders Lindgren. And that'll be a high fly ball well out of play. Manby checks the runner at first, scrambles back safely to his base. There'll be a curveball outside. It's going to be a delayed steal, and he will be gunned out by Lucas Miracle. So Miracle connects with Jacob Anker, and the delayed steal doesn't work for VIU. Runner's tagged out in plenty of time. Miracle with a nice strike to the second baseman, Anker, who was sitting there waiting for it. That eliminates the runner on base. Wolfpack now have one away. And that 2-2 pitch, Miracle tried to sell it as a strike, just missed the outside edge. And we'll go full count to Lindgren. That'll be fouled back. So Lindgren stays alive with a full count. And that'll drop in there for strike three. So Manby with a breaking ball that crosses the dead center of the plate, fools Lindgren. He watches third strike three go by, and that'll be the second out of the inning for the Wolfpack. So Logan McDicken, the batter for VIU. He'll watch a pitch called for a strike. just high for ball one. So 1-1 to McDickin. Nice breaking ball, crosses the plate for strike 2. So Manby up in the count here. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the batter, McDickin. 2 away here in the top of 2. And that'll be strike 3. So Manby's breaking ball works well that inning, and McDickin will watch the 3rd strike cross the plate. That'll end the inning, and going into the bottom of the 2nd inning, the TRU Wolfpack hope to build on their 1-0 lead.
I'm so proud of who I become. You might think I take this on.
All right, leading off the bottom of 2 for the Wolfpack is first baseman Simon Crossfield. Crossfield puts a deep fly ball to center field. Center field rests underneath it, and he'll make the catch. That left Crossfield's bat and hurry. Didn't quite go as far as I thought it might. He'll be happy with the contact, but wishing he was on first base. He'll trot off to the dugout, and that brings up the catcher, Lucas Miracle. Yeah, that curveball is going to catch the inside edge of the plate for strike 1. And they'll be outside. Bennett Mason, the pitcher, the look of shock that I didn't get called a strike. And that'll be off the handle of Muir's bat. Oh, the second baseman double pumps. The second baseman double pumps and puts the throw in the dirt. So I don't know if he didn't have a good grip on the ball. It's got to be there. Got to be there. I'm not sure if the first baseman wasn't able to come up with a clean. The second baseman double pumped and then had to hurry the throw. Miracle, who's living with some horseshoes, I would say, these last couple of days. He got on yesterday for a couple of errors, and that happened again just here now. I'm going to guess they're going to give the second baseman or somebody an error on that play. It looked like it was going to be a routine out the whole way. So Miracle, the catcher, will get a pinch runner, which appears to be Manny Birch. And that'll bring Hunter Fanshaw, the left fielder, to the plate. Manny Birch chased back to his bag by Bennett Mason, the pitcher. Runner goes. Birch is going to get down, and he'll get under the tag. So it's definitely close. Throw was just a little bit slight right of the bag. I don't think it affected the play. Birch got down and dirty with a head-first slide, and that made the difference. And he gets called safe at second. So runner on 2. Fanshaw working with 1 away here at the plate. And Fanshawe will watch outside for ball 2. So ball 3, sorry. So 3 balls, no strikes to Fanshawe. 1 away here in the bottom of the second. And be outside for ball 4. So Jacob Anchor, the second baseman, at the plate, working with 1 out and runners on 1 and 2. Manny Birch on second, Hunter Fanshawe on first, and Anchor will watch the first pitch come across the plate for strike 1. Anchor will be swinging a miss. So quickly down 2-0 in the count here, or 0-2 in the count, I guess, for Anchor, who will look to battle back and get a board and advance the runners. Ooh, Anchor will take that off the hand. He'll trot to first. Thought somebody might question whether or not he was in the process of a swing there. He definitely was starting to flex on it, but it looked like he held back.
Yeah.
And I think the Mariners manager is going to come out. Yeah. So I thought Mariners manager saw the same thing I did. He's going to ask the home plate ump to go talk to the base ump. I don't think it should be called back. If the batter's in the process of swinging and gets hit by a pitch, it's actually a strike. It's not a hit by pitch. So that was the question. The umpires confer, and they come up with the same answer, that it was hit by a pitch, there was no swing, and the bases are loaded for third baseman Carter Spencer, who would love to replicate his hit from the first inning and drive in some runs here. Spencer will watch outside for ball 1. Spencer 1 for 1 today. Has 11 RBIs on the season. Would love to add another 1 or 2 here, if not more. And he'll watch that curveball cross the plate for strike 1. So 1-1 to Spencer. 1 away here in the bottom of the second. Bases loaded. Manny Birch, the runner on third. Hunter Fanshawe, the runner on second. And Jacob Anchor, the runner on first. And Spencer will put that foul ball back to the backstop. I think Spencer liked that pitch and is lamenting the fact he wasn't able to get his full bat on it. So he'll go to work behind in the count at 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he'll put a grounder to the shortstop. Not what he wanted. That's potential double play. He'll beat out the throw to first. So not what he wanted. It does score a run, so he'll be happy with that. But pretty much exactly what he didn't want was a grounder to the shortstop. Second baseman had to reset a little bit when he was turning to throw, and Spencer, with his good speed, was able to beat that out. So luckily that doesn't end the inning. WolfPack now with runners on the corner. Hunter Fanshawe at third. Carter Spencer, the runner, at first. And Riley Hay, the center fielder, at the plate. Manny Birch having come across home plate in the last at in Spencer's ball that he put into play there for the second run of the game for the WolfPack. So, Hay looking at 1 ball, no strikes. Hay, who wore a Bennett Mason pitch between the shoulder blades last inning, looks no worse for wear. He's batting .304 on the season here. He'll watch that inside pitch for ball 3. So Hay way ahead in the count. If he sees a pitcher he likes, he's probably going to take a hack at it. Nope. And that'll be a walk for Hay. That'll load the bases. And Jared Sucro up to the plate. Jared Sucro definitely not in a bunting scenario. So he'll be happy about that, I think. And he'll look to swing away here.
Come on, Sav.
Sucro will watch the first pitch just outside for ball 1.
Yo, Jared.
So Fanshaw on third, Spencer on second, Riley Hay the runner on first. Jared Sucro at bat with 2 away here in the bottom of the second. And he'll put a chop grounder foul down the third baseline.
No.
Be way out of play on the right side. So Sucro down on the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yo, Sucro. They're going left. You go.
Sucro put a lined grounder between third and short. That'll score Fanshaw. Spencer holds up, thinks about it. The throw is offline into home. So Spencer thought about challenging that. I think the catcher was closer to the plate than Spencer would have been, so probably a good choice not to. So Sucro with an RBI single with a hard grounder between third and short. And that brings Manny Recchi to the plate. Recchi, I believe, this game's designated hitter for the WolfPack, had a deep sacrifice fly in the first.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to your buddy. Absolutely, that guy.
So the inside pitch, Manny Recchi adamant that that ball hit him in the leg. He actually tossed the bat to walk to first. Obviously, the umpire behind the plate didn't see it, so he'll confer. So Recchi will plead his case, but ultimately, at the end of the day, if the umpire didn't see it, the umpire didn't see it, and the plate ump and the base ump can't say that they saw it. So I have no doubt about the fact that Recchi got hit by the ball there. Unfortunately, the 2 umpires in charge of this game didn't see it. So and that'll be low and inside for ball 2. So if nothing else, hopefully that'll buy some credit for Recchi behind the plate, or from the person behind the plate.
Yo, Rack.
And he'll get called outside strike 1, so maybe not.
More like that.
Recchi will put that one grounder to the second baseman. He'll field it cleanly, and he'll go to first, and he'll get the out at first. So unfortunate turn of events there. Recchi, who was probably hit by a pitch, or probably should have been credited with a hit by a pitch. That would have been a walk to first. That would have scored a run because the bases were loaded. That doesn't happen. Recchi ends up hitting a grounder to second, and that will end the inning. So Recchi and the WolfPack will shake that off. They'll be happy with the 2 runs they did get, and they'll be happy that they're leading 3-0 heading into the top of the third. Keith Mamby back on the plate, or sorry, the mound for the TRU Wolfpack. VIU brings to the plate Tyler Galliford, the right fielder. He'll put a foul ball into the ground for strike one, so I think it'll count as 1-1 to Galliford. Curveball across the plate for strike two. That's outside, now to the reach of Miracle. That ball will skip to the backstop, but no harm as there's nobody on base. That puts the count to 2-2.
No, I don't.
That'll be just a little bit low and probably a little bit outside. That count comes to full to Galliford. And that'll be just a little bit low. That ball holds up just a little bit longer before it dips. It's going to be a strike, but it's not, and it didn't. So that's a walk. So the VIU Mariners lead off the inning with a walk, so they have a runner on. That brings Landon Bowers, the second baseman, to the plate. Be inside for ball one.
A bad base.
Bowers 0 for 1 in this game, hitting .250 on the season. And he'll watch that one get called for a ball. Well, catch the outside edge. So Mamby gets strike called, drive the count to 2-1 strike. Nobody out here in the top of the third. Wolfpack with a 3-0 lead. Mariners with a runner on first, and their leadoff hitter at the plate. And that'll be way foul and out of play on the left side.
A bad base.
Again, chopped way left, way out of play. So the count 2-2 to Bowers. Bowers puts that one back. So a good battle between Mamby and Bowers here. Mamby with a slight edge so far just because he's got only the 2 balls in the count.
A bad base.
Oh, that's going to be called strike 3. So I think Bowers thought it was not sure if he thought it was a little bit high or if he's tapping his chest to say that that's on him. Either way, it's strike 3 and first out of the inning for the Wolfpack. And that'll bring Alex McLaughlin to the plate, the center fielder for VIU. Be a little bit high and inside for ball 1 to McLaughlin. McLaughlin 0 for 1 today. And Miracle will try and backpick. Nice job by Miracle and Crossfield. Didn't quite get there in time, but other than not getting the out, that was textbook, and the base runner was definitely scrambling back. Well, that breaking ball's just going to miss on the outside edge. And that'll catch the outside edge for sure. So that fastball gets called for strike one. So 3-1 the count to McLaughlin. And that high and inside pitch will draw the walk. Manby so disgusted with it that he's given up a walk here. He actually caught the return throw with his bare hand. And that'll bring the designated hitter Trevor Nickel to the plate. Nickel, who I believe is 1 for 1. I think he got a double in that first inning. And that'll be a grounder that pops to Anchor, who will look at 2, go to 1. So hit a little bit slow for Anchor to try and turn the double. He had to field it with the base runner cutting in front of him too, which made it a little bit more challenging, but he fields it clean and goes to 1 for the sure out. That advances runners into scoring position for the Mariners, who will have runners on third and second with 2 away here in the top of the third. And they'll bring Ryder Duncan to the plate. So ball 1 to Duncan. Oof. Another called ball to Duncan. I can hear Manby asking where it's missing, and I wish I could tell him. Maybe a little bit low. I am looking at it from a higher perspective here, elevated. So I don't have the ground's eye view.
Wait for a good one.
That time, Manby will get the call on the outside edge. And you almost see Manby's body language wondering how was that one called and the last one wasn't. But 2 balls and 1 strike to Duncan. That'd be curveball for strike 2. So again, very similar to the pitch that wasn't called. Manby will take it. 2 strikes on the batter. So 2, 2, and 2 actually across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here in the top of the third. Oh, and that one won't get the call. So that one's just a little bit further out, admittedly. It didn't quite catch the edge. Manby brings the count to full on Duncan. Duncan, with runners in scoring position here, will try and get his first hit of the day and drive in some runs. And that'll be strike 3. So Manby will trot off the mound happily, as will the WolfPack defense, who holds the VIU Mariners to no runs. Mariners leave 2 on board, and we'll go into the bottom of the third with a TRU WolfPack working with a 3-0 lead. Gabe Powell hits a ground ball down the third baseline that few feet foul. I'll give him strike one in this early count. VIU brings Bennett Mason back to the mound. That'll be a high fly ball about mid right field, and the right fielder makes the catch for the out. So one away here early in the bottom of the third, and the Wolfpack will bring first baseman Simon Crossfield to the plate.
Come on, side.
Be low and away for ball one.
Yo, Simon.
That fastball we called for strike one down the middle there, so 2 balls, 1 strike to Crossfield. It'll be way outside for ball 3, so 3-1 to Crossfield. And way outside again. So the catcher, Lucas Miracle, now batting. Miracle got on with an error. He'll watch that inside pitch, just misses big elbow guard for ball 1. Miracle got on with the lone error that VIU has made in this game. He'll go back to work here with a runner on first and 1 away, and he'll put a shot up the middle that'll get past the second baseman, and that'll advance Crossfield to second. So Miracle stays hot. So left fielder Hunter Fanshaw to the plate for the Wolfpack. He's got 2 aboard. Crossfield's a runner on second. Manny Birch came in to run for Lucas Miracle. The catcher is on first. And Fanshaw will watch outside for ball 1. And way outside for ball 2. Fanshaw will be swinging a miss on a pitch that surely wouldn't call a strike. That's 2 balls and 1 strike to Fanshaw. I think Fanshaw walked in his first at bat. I'd have to go back and double check as memory serves. That'll be outside for ball 3. That pitch looks way outside. The VIU pitcher, I'm not sure if he's disappointed with his pitch or if he's disappointed with the call, but that'll be way outside. So these pitches look way outside. Again, the VIU pitcher looks like he's not happy with the call. And this umpire is definitely willing to give some outside calls, but those ones are significantly out. Probably 3 ball widths outside from my vantage point. So that brings the second baseman, Jacob Anker, up to the plate. He'll have bases cranked here with 1 away in the bottom of the third, and the Wolfpack would love to continue putting runs on the board, as they did in the first and second inning. Anker will watch that fastball down the middle for strike 1. So Mason going right after Anker on the first pitch. That'll be inside, and he'll go on it. Looked like Anker tried to hold up, but he went around, definitely went around, so that's strike 2. So Anker quickly behind in the count with 2 strikes. And that'll be a ground ball up the middle, and the umpire just gets out of the way. And that'll score 1 run. The throw into home will get actually knocked down by the first baseman. So an RBI single for Anker. And the umpire had to hop out of the way. I thought it was going to hit him for sure. So the Wolfpack continue to put runs on. They got 1 run in the bottom of the first, 2 in the bottom of the second, 1 so far in the bottom of the third, and they bring the third baseman Carter Spencer up to the plate with bases loaded and 1 away. Spencer put 1 back to the backstop. Spencer, who I believe hit into a fielder's choice last at bat. I think he's 1 for 2 with a... Yeah, he's 1 for 2. I think 1 for 2 with a walk, if I'm not mistaken. I should disregard that. I'm pretty sure the walk was last game. I can't keep it straight. It's all a blur to me now. Spencer will go back to work, and he'll watch that inside pitch go for ball 2. And that'll be inside for ball 3. Spencer's all about getting the free bases, but he's not willing to take one off the kneecap. So 3-1 to Spencer. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the bottom of the third, and the Wolfpack with a 4-0 lead. And he'll watch outside for ball 4. So Bennett will walk Spencer with the bases loaded, and that'll bring home Manny Birch. And the VIU manager or one of their coaches will come out to the mound and have a discussion with Bennett. I don't see any activity in the VIU bullpen. Looks like maybe they're getting somebody going in the bullpen now. So I think this will just be a talk with Bennett, the coach, hoping to get him settled, as he's got bases loaded here with 1 away in the bottom of the third. 2 runs already in for the Wolfpack, who hold a 5-0 lead early here in the game. Hope to add more with Riley Hay, the center fielder, up to bat with bases loaded. Inside for ball 1. And the jaw on Bennett drops. So Bennett's body language continues to indicate that he's not happy with the umping here. I normally side with the pitchers, quite frankly. In this case, I'm not so sure I do. And that'll be way outside. And the ball's going to get past the catcher. Hunter Fanchel will come home easily. And the runners will advance. So that was another outside pitch. And this time, the catcher, I believe, is Anders Lindgren. Yep, it is. Anders Lindgren's the catcher. He was unable to handle that outside pitch. That scores a run on the pass ball. Runners advance to second and third, so you've got Jacob Anker at third. Carter Spencer, the runner, on second. A high fly ball, not very deep into center. Be interesting to see. Anker's going to fake challenge the arm. And it was a little bit, the throw was a little bit off towards first base. Catcher does a nice job to keep it in front of him. Would have been interesting if Anker had tried to go home. So 2 away here with the Riley Hay fly out to center field. That brings Jared Sucro to the plate. And Sucro with a high fly ball, not just behind the plate. The catcher will make the catch on the high fly foul ball. And that'll end the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack add 3 to their score, doubling their lead to 6-0. VIU leading off with Sam McPherson, the third baseman, and he'll put a deep fly ball to right field. It's turning and over the head of Jared Sucro. And that'll be in for a stand-up double. So Sucro, who had a hard time reading, appeared to have a hard time reading that fly, got kind of twisted up, and then it ended up landing over him. VIU gets credited with their third hit of the game. And that brings Dylan Bowie, I believe, to the plate. It'll be high and inside to the Mariner left fielder. So VIU with their leadoff hitter for the inning on, in scoring position on second base. Dylan Bowie, the left fielder, at the plate with one ball and a ground ball to third. Spencer will check the runner and go across the diamond. Crossfield will stretch to make the catch. So able to hold the runner, got the out. And the Wolfpack register their first out of the inning. You see Spencer, the third baseman, and I think the runner, look like they're having a conversation there. I'm not sure what that's about. It's going to be a high fly ball way back. It's going to be in the parking lot. And that'll be a called strike on Bowie. Sorry, I think we got past Bowie. Anders Lindgren, the catcher. Bowie, of course, thrown out at first. Anders Lindgren, the catcher, now at the plate with no balls and 2 strikes. He's still got, I believe it's Sam McPherson, the runner on second. And that'll be just outside for ball 1. So Manby trying to push the limits on that outside edge call, working ahead in the count with 2 strikes. Now 1-2 with that ball call. And that'll be high fly ball, foul territory. Spencer's making his way over there, but it looks like it's going to be out of play. And out of play. So the count stays at 1-2 to Lindgren. And that curveball, just misses for ball 2. So the count even at 2-2 here. Top of the 4th with 1 away. VIU has a runner on second. And that'll be high for ball 3. So the count is now full. Manby, who was originally working with a 2-strike count, has had 3 balls creep back into the count here. And that'll be a curveball that Lindgren will put to center field. Riley Hayes settles under it, and the runner will retreat to second. Two away here in the top of the 4th. Sorry, I can't tell if the runner on second just knows these guys. They're all having friendly banter out there, or if there's some gamesmanship going on. Nonetheless, I believe it's a shortstop, Logan McDicken, watches the fastball for strike 1. And low and outside for ball 1. So the count to McDicken even at 1s. 2 away here. That'll be a shallow fly ball. Anchor the second baseman on it like a hawk, calling off the right fielder and the first baseman, making the catch. VIU will strand 1.
Yeah, I was just hanging out, some little West Coast town.
And the TRU Wolfpack will go into the bottom of the 4th with a 6-0 lead. They put up runs in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. In fact, as I look at the scoreboard, it says 1, 2, 3, starting from the 1st, moving to the 3rd. So maybe they'll put up a 4 spot here in the 4th. Overcast day here in Kamloops. It's currently 17 degrees. Chance of rain, actually, and so there's some cloud gathering. I know that wasn't in the forecast yesterday, I don't believe. So beautiful temperatures. The cloud keeping the sun off the players here, which is kind of nice. As long as that rain stays away, it'll be a perfect day for ball. You can probably see those flags on the scoreboard to the right of your screen. They are not flapping at all, so there's not even a light breeze here, it would seem. So different conditions than yesterday. Beautiful nonetheless. And I think the players who take this kind of weather all season long, it probably stands to reason they'll probably get a little bit warmer as the spring gets closer to summer. But we'll take it here. And in the bottom of the 4th, the TRU Wolfpack lead off with what I believe is the designated hitter, Manny Recchi. Recce swing and a foul tip, strike one. Recce, who was believed to be hit by a pitch, and he'll put that as a slow grounder between first and second. So it looks like the first baseman had the best chance at it. He ended up conceding and leaving it for the second baseman. And you can kind of see the second baseman shoot his head around, wondering why he left that ball for him. Nonetheless, the ball slowly rolls into right field. That'll be a base hit for Manny Recce, and he'll be the leadoff hitter for the inning on base again for the TRU Wolfpack. Something they've done very well this game. So Gabe Powell, the shortstop, at the plate. And that'll be inside. It's going to get past the catcher. So inside, almost off the arm of Powell. Catcher Lindgren couldn't hold on to it, so that pass ball allows Recce to advance to second. And the TRU Wolfpack have a runner in scoring position here with Gabe Powell looking at 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody away here in the bottom of the fourth. And that'll be inside again, almost off of Powell's arm. You can hear the TRU dugout telling Powell to wear it. You can probably even see Powell's head shaking, as this to say, not that high. And that's going to be a handlebar shot up the middle. Second baseman fields it, and he'll go to first for the out, but that does advance Recce to third. So unfortunate for Powell, who kind of that inside pitch just off the handlebar, which gave it very little power, and it kind of blew past the pitcher and then even straight a little bit right to the benefit of the second baseman, who was there to field the 1 or 2 hopper. So a runner on third being Recce, and that brings Simon Crossfield to the plate. And Crossfield will put a high fly ball, not particularly deep, and right fielder's running in, and he'll make the catch, not deep enough to send Recce home. So that brings Lucas Miracle to the plate. If you had a runner in scoring position with 2 away, this might be the guy you'd want up, as he is playing hot this weekend, getting some luck, but seems to get on base almost every time. I don't mean to jinx you here, Luke. And he'll put a grounder to the third baseman, who will not be able to handle it. And Lucas Miracle, I'm not sure if that'll be an error or a single. It looked like a routine play, and they're going to actually ding the third baseman with an error for that. Looked like a routine hop. Maybe went a little high on him, but off the top of his glove and over his shoulder. And Lucas Miracle is the benefit of another error by VIU, which, if you were to add them up this weekend, I think Lucas Miracle has benefited about 80% of them. So that scores a run. TRU continues to put runs on the board inning after inning so far. And that brings the left fielder Hunter Fanshaw to the plate with a runner on first, the pinch runner for Miracle, who of course is the catcher, and that being Manny Birch. Fanshaw will watch outside for ball 1, so they count even to Fanshaw at 1-1 with 2 away here. Wolfpack with a run in the first, 2 runs in the second, 3 runs in the third, and a run so far here in the bottom of the fourth to get a 7-0 lead here almost halfway through this game. And that'll be outside edge for strike 2, so 1-2 to Fanshaw. Of course, the TRU Wolfpack hopefully still kind of recovering from their shell shock yesterday after having a 5-run lead. I believe they're up 6-1 at this point in the game in game 1 yesterday. They ended up losing that game by 3. So no lead is secure. I can tell you that much for free. And the Wolfpack will hopefully have that in the back of their mind. Birch is going to 2. The throw from the catcher is not going to be in time. And Birch slides in safely to second. That was... No, what? No, the umpire... Yep, I'm confused. What happened? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I was paying so much attention to the runner who was Birch going to second, who slid in safely, and I saw the base up column safe that I neglected to realize that Hunter Fanshawe had just struck out of the plate. So Fanshawe, the third out of the inning. And the Wolfpack will add one to their score there in the bottom of the fourth, and they'll go into the top of the fifth with a 7-0 lead. Keith Manby back on the mound for the TRU Wolfpack. He's got 4 full innings under his belt. He's allowed 3 hits, no runs. That'll be a swing and a miss to Tyler Galliford, the right fielder for the VIU Mariners. Manby having a strong game so far. He's faced 17 batters. He's walked 3, but he's struck out 5, and he's got a 2-2 count to Galliford here. And that'll be outside for ball 3, so full count to Galliford. Galliford, who thought about swinging on that one. Flex, not quite enough for you to call it a check swing. And that'll be swing and a miss for strike 3, so that'll be Manby's 6th strikeout of the game, I believe. And the Wolfpack will fire it around the horn with 1 out here in the top of the 5th. And that'll bring the second baseman, Landon Bowers, to the plate. Be low and inside for ball 1.
What do you say? Seemed fine with that.
1-1 now. So 1-1 to Bowers. We'll watch strike 2 cross the plate.
I saw it so good.
That'll be low for ball 2. Sorry, ball 3, I guess. That'll be a check swing. They'll dribble down towards Manby. He's going to pick the ball up and just tag the runner, who kind of cut towards second base there, trying to get around Manby. Manby with a forceful tag on the runner. I think that's more about just making sure he didn't fan and miss as the runner tried to go around him. So 2 away here in the top of the 5th. That'll bring the center fielder, Alex McLaughlin, to the plate for VIU. He'll watch high and outside for ball 1. That one in the dirt, just past Miracle. Ball 2, so 0-2 to McLaughlin. That'll be inside for ball 3. So McLaughlin quickly ahead in the count, 3 balls, no strikes.
Chris Prime
And that'll get away from Manby and Miracle. So the 4-pitch walk to McLaughlin. And that'll bring up Trevor Nickel.
If I was gonna put one
Nickel 1 for 2 today, hitting .611 on the season. Had an excellent day yesterday in the doubleheader as well. So definitely a threat to get on. And as I say that, he swings and misses at a high pitch for strike one. Nickel working with 2 away here and a runner on first. The runner being Alex McLaughlin, who walked on 4 pitches. And this count will even at 1-1 to Nickel. And Nickel puts that one to the backstop for strike 2. So Manby ahead in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nickel with 2 away here in the top of the 5th. And that's breaking ball. It doesn't tag Nickel. Came awfully close, but it does get past Miracle. So McLaughlin will trot to second on the pass ball. And Manby sets himself up in the mound and goes back to work with a 2-2 count to the solid hitting designated hitter for VIU. And swing and a miss. So Manby strikes out Nickel. That'll end the inning. Another goose egg up on the board. And the TRU WolfPack will go into the bottom of the 6th with a 7-0 lead that they hope to build off of here. Pitchers? A name for the pitcher?
$39.
39.
There is no 39.
All right, folks, welcome to the bottom of the fifth, and Jacob Anker's going to put a ground ball to the third baseman who fields it cleanly and goes across the diamond for the out. Just trying to figure out who the new pitcher is on the mound. Bennett Mason's been relieved of his duties after 4 innings of play, but we don't seem to know who the pitcher is here. He's wearing a number that's not in our system, so to speak. So, nonetheless, the new pitcher, who will remain nameless for now, is working with one away here in the bottom of the fifth, and that brings the third baseman, Carter Spencer. And that'll be inside for ball 2.
Strike, call. And then ground up to third.
So let's go to third.
And that'll be inside edge for strike 1. So 3-1, or 2-1, I think. 2-1 to Spencer at the plate.
Call.
And that'll be low and inside for ball 3.
What this one?
2 balls. 3 balls. Yeah, but ball, call.
Yeah, we're good.
That'll be called high for ball 4. So Spencer will walk down to first. With 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth, the Wolfpack have a runner on board. I believe they've had runners on base every inning so far, which will be a good ingredient to their success so far here today. And center fielder Riley Hay will come to the plate. Hay 0 for 1 so far today. Hay has a walk. Batting .304 on the season, Hay is. Spencer will take his lead at first. And that'll be outside for ball 2 to Hay.
It's just so confusing. I think RBIs does it. I just put RBIs there on the field. It's just when a lot of shit happens.
So good news, we've identified the VIU pitcher, Zach Doby, I believe getting his first action of the season. And again, if you tuned in last night, you heard me talk about how the Mariners are only in their second series of the season. This is Wolfpack's third. So this is game 11 for VIU. This is game 7. Game 11 for TRU. And Doby will walk Hay. So this Jacob Anker was the leadoff hitter of the inning. He grounded out to third. And the next 2 batters have walked to get on. And that'll bring Jared Sucro to the plate. That'll be strike 1 on the outside edge to Sucro. Sucro 1 for 3 in this game, hitting .307 on the season, working with 2 runners aboard and 1 away here in the bottom of the fifth. And Sucro quickly down 2 strikes. And Sucro puts a rip foul down the third baseline. Definitely got a hold of that one. But that line drive lands closer to the dugout than it does to the foul line. So he'll go back to work here, still with 2 strikes. That'll be outside. That'll be a fly ball out to center fielder. There's the center fielder running in for it. He'll make the catch. Runners will tag and they won't go. So Sucro flies out. And that's the second out of the inning, and that brings designated hitter Manny Recchi to the plate. So the Wolfpack in danger of going scoreless in their first inning of the game for them. I guess going scoreless for the first time in an inning would be the best way to put it. And Recchi watches ball one. One-on-one to Recchi. I think it was Spencer and Hay pulled off a double steal earlier in the game. I don't see any hint of that happening here. That'll be outside for ball two. So 2 balls, 1 strike to Recchi. That'll be way out of play to the left side. So 2-2 to Recchi with 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 aboard for the Wolfpack. And Recchi will put another ball foul into the stands. So the count stays at 2-2. And Recchi puts a rip down the right field line that's going to land fair. It's going to roll to the fence. Spencer will score from second. Hay will score from first. And Recchi's on his way to third. And he'll have the stand up, although he'll slide. Triple. And a 2 RBI triple for Manny Recchi keeps the drive alive for the TRU Wolfpack. And they continue to score runs in every inning so far. That was a no-doubter. Once it left Recchi's bat, all it had to do was land fair, and the right fielder, and the first baseman for that matter, had no chance. And that's the perfect hit that goes to the right corner of the field. That's a long trek for the right fielder to go get that ball, and Manny Recchi took full advantage of that and had what would have been a stand-up triple. High and away. High and inside over Powell's head. VIU gets a beneficial bounce off the backstop. They actually heard it hit the padded backstop area and it bounced right back to the catcher. So Recchi's smart not to try and come home on that. And TRU has a 9-0 lead now, a 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th, where they scored 2 runs so far. It'll be a shot up the middle. It's going to actually tag the pitcher, who will then pick up the ball, flip it to first, and he'll get the out. And that one had to leave a mark. I think it got him in the midsection somewhere, the abdomen area. That or the arm. Either way, he knocked it down and swiftly picked it up. Underhand toss to first. That ends the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack add 2 more to their tally, and they go into the top of the 6th inning here with a dominant, dare I say dominant, 9-0 lead over the VIU Mariners, who will look to chip away over the next 4 innings actually, I guess, trying to come back in this game. Welcome back to Norbrock here in the top of the 6th, and Keith Manby back on the mound. And he'll be up against the first baseman, Ryder Duncan, for TRU. Count at 1-1, and that'll be a chopped ground ball to the shortstop. Powell will go across the diamond to first for the out, getting Duncan by a couple of strides for the first out of the inning. Oh, inside pitch tags the batter, who looks upset about it. He'll shake it off and he'll trot down to first. And the VIU Mariners, with one away, will have a runner aboard. And looks like a new batter for VIU who hasn't hit yet today. Tall right-handed hitter at the plate for VIU. And he'll watch high for ball 1. That'll be a line drive into center field, just over the shortstop's head. He will get that ball in, and the VIU Mariners have something going here at the top of the 6th with 2 aboard and 1 away. No chance for Powell on that one, well over his head. And then dipped down and bounced a couple times before getting to the center fielder. So, textbook base hit for the VIU batter. That's going to be a high fly ball. Miracle's got to go back. Had a bit of a late reaction to it. Not sure where it was. And that prevented him from getting where he had to be to catch it. So the runner on first is Nathan Ames. He was the one with the solid line drive out to center field. And that brings to the plate, I believe, Anders Lindgren, the catcher. That'll be a deep ball to the right fielder, Jared Sucre, who's back, and he'll make the catch. So 2 away here with 2 aboard. I think Sucre was on that the entire time. Didn't look exactly routine the way it was caught, but he gets the ball in. Runners don't advance. And with 2 away here in the top of the 6th, VIU have 2 aboard. And I believe that from the look of the batter here, it's going to be the shortstop, Logan McDicken. McDicken 0 for 2 in this game. He'll watch low and away for ball 2. That'll be a swing and a miss. Bring the count to 2-1 here with 2 away in the top of the 6th. VIU with 2 aboard, runners on first and second. And low and away for ball 3. So with 2 out and 2 aboard, Manby go back to work against McDicken here. Really rather not load up the bases. He definitely doesn't want the runners to come around and score. So we'll see what Manby delivers here in this 3-1 pitch. And that'll be a fastball down the middle. And McDicken will take a swipe at it. Full count now to McDicken. So full count with 2 away. So runners will be going on the pitch. And they do, and it'll be a grounder to grounder to Anchor that went under his glove. So the runner on second will score. Runners were going on the pitch. So it looks like they're giving VIU a hit for that. Anchor was drawn, had to run towards first, kind of first/right field, and you just thought he was going to end up making that grab. I think he did too. You can tell he's not very happy about the fact it got under his glove. And that one will be a dominant shot up the middle. That'll be a line drive that will score another run. So VIU coming alive here in the top of the sixth. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was an error on Anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have 2 errors.
Yeah, we have 2.
That's our first error. So the scorekeeper just modifying that first hit. Will no longer be scored a hit. It is an error to Anchor, which I think is fair. I think Anchor will be the first one to tell you that probably should be scored an error to him. Nonetheless, the 2 runs still come in for VIU, and they'll have their leadoff hitter, Landon Bowers, to the plate. So 2 on, 2 out. Bowers working with a 1-strike count. And there'll be an inside fastball for a strike. I think everybody's confused. No swing. No. I thought it was my strike too.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. There's so much going on.
Some frustration over the Mariners dugout, but they'll be happy that they scored 2. They broke the goose egg. Now down by 7. Still lots of ball left to be played, so TRU will have to be careful not to look ahead to game 2 of the doubleheader today. And they'll want to put this one away. I believe the mercy rule doesn't kick in until after 7 innings. So VIU will have another chance to put runs on the board, and VIU will have a chance here to score more runs. They've done so every inning so far here today. They scored 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the third, another 1 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth. That gives them a total of 9 runs on 6 hits, and they now have 1 error to their name from that last inning, whereas the VIU Mariners were not able to score or generate any runs through 5. They got 2 in that last inning, and that's on 5 hits, with VIU being credited with 2 errors so far in this game. So Riley Penner batting for the WolfPack. He'll watch an inside pitch. That's ball 1. That ball got past the catcher off the backstop and then rolled back. Penner getting some grief from his teammates for not wearing that pitch. That one also will get past the catcher. So 2 balls, no strikes to Penner. And it's way outside for ball 3. So Penner quickly up in the count. 3 balls, no strikes. And that'll be outside for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Penner, who will trot down to first base. And the TRU Wolfpack have their leadoff batter on base again. So TRU Wolfpack bringing Gavin Simkin to the plate. Simkin 1 for 1 yesterday, I believe. A nice hit out into the field. He'll watch that one cross the plate for strike 1. That one's going to be called just low, I think, for ball 1. So 1-1. Anybody working this stuff? Outside for ball 2, so the count 2-1 to Simkin. And that'll be outside for ball 3. And that'll be a shot out to left field, and it's going to hop in front of the left fielder, and that'll be another single for Simkin, who will advance Penner to second, and the Wolfpack have the first two batters aboard.
Okay, now we got it. Somebody's got you. I got a hit, right?
That's a hit, yeah.
Scored.
Pardon?
And then it doesn't come up here. It did.
And Nolan Rathel, who played left field in last night's game, he'll be batting now. So Rathel working with runners aboard, Penner on second. Gavin Simkin is the runner on first. Riley Penner is the runner on second, and Nolan Rathel is the batter, and he'll put that one foul towards the VIU dugout. That'll be called strike 3 on the outside edge to Rathel. That'll be the first out of the inning for VIU. So James Yando batting for the TRU Wolfpack now. Yando working with 1 away and 2 aboard. Runners on first and second for the Wolfpack. 1 away here in the bottom of the 6th. I'll do balls and strikes here.
No, I can get it. I think we said this guy.
Okay, sure.
This guy fucked right up. Tried to put an error and then now it just went like it's the hardest system ever.
So ball 1 to Yando. And you'll get ball 2 called on that pitch. That one gets called for a strike. So 2-1 to Yando with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Wolfpack with 2 aboard. That'll be. We get called on the inside edge there. So 2-2 now to Yando. And Yando's going to put a bloop over the shortstop. That'll go into center field, and that'll advance the runners. And Yando will have a single, and the bases will be loaded.
He never hung his hat at Kitty's place. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to roll ride. Wearing my six.
So Hudson Silcox is batter now for the Wolfpack. He'll be working with one out here in the bottom of the sixth, and bases loaded. It'll be high for ball one. So all 5 batters for the Wolfpack are seeing their first at-bats of the game, making their most of it here with bases loaded. And Silcox will go to work looking for some RBIs, and he'll put a foul ball off towards his teammates.
Watch out, hey.
Standing outside the TRU dugout. Silcox, who had an at-bat in last night's game, I believe he put a fly ball out to center field, or maybe it was right field. He'll look at strike 2. So the count 1-2. Here to Silcox with one away. Silcox will get rung up on the outside pitch. Guess Blue thought it caught the outside edge of the plate. That'll bring Hunter Graham up to the plate, seeing his first action of the day. I think it might be Hunter's first action of the series. I think he was on deck yesterday when the game ended. So he'll get a chance to bat here in the bottom of the sixth with 2 out and bases loaded. Catcher's nice job picking that pitch out of the dirt, keeping the runners at bay. And Graham will now look at a 1-ball, no strike count. That'll be an inside pitch, and Graham's going to dribble back to the pitcher. And the throw from the pitcher, a little bit off, but the first baseman does a good job getting up and grabbing that, and that'll end the inning. So for the first time today, the Wolfpack are blanked in an inning, and they'll maintain a 9-2 lead going into the 7th, where they'll try and prevent the VIU Mariners from chipping away at that 7-run lead.
Run on for a long time, sooner or later.
All right, a pitching change for TRU as they bring Isaac Edwards onto the mound. Isaac got some action yesterday for an inning or so. He's up against the center fielder for VIU, Alex McLaughlin. Edwards with 2 quick strikes on McLaughlin. Edwards a bit of a breaking ball specialist. And he'll throw that one outside for ball 1. That one just misses the outside edge for ball 2. So 2-2 to McLaughlin. And the count now full. So Edwards, who had a quick 2 strikes on McLaughlin. McLaughlin battles back here. Count being full with nobody out here in the top of the 7th. That'll be low and away. So Edwards loses McLaughlin, and he'll walk the leadoff batter. So new hitter entering the game for VIU. That's a new guy, I think. Is a new hitter?
Yeah, 17. Yeah. And then Cooper. No reason. 17 and 14.
That'll be a ground ball to the first baseman. Simon Crossfield. Oh, I thought he made a diving stab at it. Well, he did make a diving stab at it. I thought he came up with it, but no such luck. And it gets past Crossfield into right field. And McLaughlin is able to get to third on the play, so VIU will have runners on the corner with nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Be high for ball 1. That'll be one down the middle for strike 1. So a 1-1 count to the batter. And Edwards will catch the outside edge on that pitch. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to the big VIU right-handed hitter. And that's going to be a fly ball to center field. Riley Hay moving to his right. He'll make the catch. It'll be deep enough for the VIU runner on third to score. So a sac fly there for the VIU batter. Runner holds at 1, so with 1 out here in the top of the 7th, VIU chips away, now down 9-3, and a runner on first. It'll be a grounder up the middle. Nice job by Jacob Anker. Oh, did they turn the double on that? They did. Get that timestamp on that, baby. Jacob Anker, who's probably still reeling from an earlier error, makes a beautiful diving play, grabs the ball right over second base, flips it to the shortstop, Gabe Powell, who wastes no time spinning and gunning it to first. And they get the double play to get out of the inning. Rock that one up. That was beautiful, folks.
No. I need your help. I need your help with this.
So going into the bottom of the 7th here, TRU Wolfpack have a 9-3 lead. They'll need to score 4 to implement the mercy rule. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. They'll look to just score more runs. They've done so in every inning except for the 6th so far this game. And they'll look to add more to this lead, as a 6-run lead is definitely not insurmountable, and there's still lots of ball left to be played.
You just undo.
So who made the error?
So air was there, but you still have them. Are they in the game now?
No, they
Jared Sucro leading out the TRU Wolfpack here in the bottom of the 7th. He'll put a foul ball down the left field line to start his at-bat, and down 1 strike.
pinch hitters, and then you're going to need, after that, you have to put them in again. You have to hit 50, and then wherever he's in the game, unless he got rid
How do I get all the way back?
you're just going to spam the undo.
Yeah.
And then for the, what do you talk about the error?
They'll be high and inside for ball 1. Count even at 1-1 to Sucro.
That one, it wouldn't work.
Well, that means that's earned run.
Oh.
So don't click that button. But
Sorry, I'm just being entertained by the point streak tutorial that's going on beside me here.
one of them's the E, and then you'll be able to
High and outside for ball 2. Looks like the VIU Mariners have a new pitcher on the mound. Unfortunately, because of the aforementioned tutorial going on, point streak's not actively being updated right now, so I don't know who's who. That'll be high and behind Sucro's head for ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Sucro.
everything's on there.
Yeah. I'm just going to get Eddie to put it all back in.
Try go back until we're messed up.
Okay, and then I'll try to catch up.
Between innings.
That will be a foul ball back on the screen, so the count full to Sucro.
You got to put their position.
You got a pinch hitter, and then if they go in the game, then you have to re-enter them and rewrite their new position.
Okay, so I'll start scanning.
Yeah, just go to wherever.
I'm going to have to go all the way back to...
Oh wait. Here, let me try something.
No. I'm just going to go all the way back to... So you can see all my E4s there.
Yes.
Now we're taking the 50s away. Go right back to the hit by pitch, because that's where it all went.
Okay. Honestly, that's not really well.
That'll be ball outside for ball 4. So Sucro will draw the walk. And the TRU Wolfpack will have their leadoff hitter of the inning on base. It's Manny Recchi, the designated hitter, now batting for the Wolfpack. Recchi with a stand-up triple earlier in this game. He's got 1 aboard with nobody out. And he'll take that inside pitch for ball 2.
That worked.
Be high and outside for ball 2.
That's kind of why I was looking. I wasn't telling you to come up here. I was telling you, like, what the fuck is wrong?
So Recchi draws a walk. I believe the new VIU pitcher is Ishan Khan. Sorry, just digging up some roster information here on the VIU Mariners. Ishan Khan is the right-handed pitcher on the mound for the Mariners. He's allowed the first 2 batters to get on base, and that brings the shortstop Gabe Powell, and he'll have an inside pitch for ball 1. Powell, who was a part of that double play that ended the last inning. It's just beautiful to watch. Jacob Anchor with a spectacular diving play to stop the ball from getting through the infield, and then flipped it to Powell, who blindly turned and gunned it to 1.
Actually, for a bit, it was just me up here.
If you got to go back and watch a play from this game, that's going to be the one to watch.
Yeah, I kind of wasn't calling you to come up here for you. I was calling up you first.
So 2 quick balls to Powell, who's working with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. Jared Sucro, the runner, on 2nd. Manny Recchi, the runner, on 1st.
Stop hitting the earned run.
I'm just standing here and run.
This guy's gonna have like 50 earned.
And that'll be outside for ball 3.
Now he's got 4 runs. Hey, don't worry about that.
It'll be a called strike. Powell will have to go quite the distance to fetch his bat that he tossed off, trying to sell the ball 4. Looks like a good called strike from up here. So full count to Powell. And he'll foul one back into the screen to keep the count full.
That was stressful. I didn't know ER. That looks like air to me.
Oh, right up the middle, just past the pitcher. Oh, the second baseman did a nice job. Second baseman did a nice job knocking that ball down. Wasn't able to hold on to it. So no play at second on the runner who was Manny Recchi. I think Jared Sucro was so sure that ball was getting through that he actually turned third thinking he was going home. So the second baseman probably saved a run there, but that loads the bases, and that brings up first baseman Simon Crossfield.
But they never give me the facts. This isn't that.
Your side.
That'll be a ground ball. It goes over a line drive that goes over the first baseman's head into the right corner of the field. That's going to score 2. Powell will hold up at third, and Simon Crossfield will have a 2 RBI double. So the big left-handed hitter drove one over to the first baseman's head, landed fair, and then ran into that right corner of the field that I keep talking about, where no man's land is. So 11-3 here in the bottom of the 7th. 2 runners in scoring position, and Lucas Miracle, who has just found a way to get on pretty much every single time in this series. Been the beneficiary of some Mariner errors over the weekend. And it just seems like whenever the Mariners do something in error fashion, it's Miracle that's reaping the benefits. Also doing a great job at the plate. He'll swing and a miss, so the count now 2 balls and 1 strike to Miracle. Oh, Miracle gets the high and inside pitch call to strike. Miracle 1 for 3 in this game. Pretty sure he's been on base every single time, though. And that'll be low and away for ball 4. So Miracle gets on base again, and that'll load the base for left fielder Hunter Fanshaw. So Fanshaw working with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th with bases loaded. And that'll be a high fly ball to left field, not particularly deep. The runner, Powell, will draw the throw but not go. And that'll be the first out of the inning for VIU. Ryan Petrie coming into bat for, I believe, the first time this game. He'll be working with one away, bases loaded. Gabe Powell, the runner on third. Simon Crossfield, the runner on second. And Manny Birch comes in to run for Lucas Miracle on first.
You go, Pete.
And Petrie will watch the first pitch called for a strike. I'm not going to mention it because I'm somebody who believes somewhat in jinxes, but the Wolfpack are looking for a number of runs to implement something in particular that may or may not get them out of the game somewhat sooner than otherwise. Petrie will watch the third pitch of his at-bat come in high for ball 1. So 1-2 to Petrie. Be high for ball 2. So count to Petrie even at 2. Petrie will put a high fly ball to left field, and that ball is off the fence. Left fielder will get the ball in, but not before. And that'll score 2. Gabe Powell came in to score. Simon Crossfield came in to score. Manny Birch slides into third. And the thing I wasn't talking about earlier has happened. The Wolfpack scored 2 runs. That'll give them a 10-run lead here after 7 innings. And I guess Ryan Petrie can be credited with the walk-off, what ended up being a single, but a walk-off 2 RBI single that he put off the left field fence. He would love that ball to have been about 6 feet higher. That would have cleared the fence. And would have been a walk-off grand slam. I'd have to go back and check if the bases were loaded. I don't remember now. But that doesn't matter. Nobody cares. What matters the most here is that the TRU Wolfpack have taken game 3 of this 4-game set. 13-3 here in a mercy-shortened 7 innings. The Wolfpack with 13 runs on 11 hits. They did make 1 error. And the VIU Mariners get 3 runs off of 6 hits, making 2 errors. And they'll go into game 4 here in about half an hour. So stay tuned, folks. We'll have the final game of this 4-game series here at what is now sunny Norbrook in about 30 minutes. All right, folks. Sorry for the delay. Welcome back to Sunday baseball here at Norbrook and Kamloops. Game 2 of Sunday's doubleheader, Game 4 of the series. WolfPack lead the series 2-1 so far. Donnie Collier, the pitcher on the mound for Game 4 here. Runner aboard early in the first inning, and that shot just over the glove of a leaping Jacob Anker, who almost came up with it. And VIU Mariners will have 2 runners aboard here with nobody out in the top of the first. Ball 1 to the VIU hitter. Pretty sure that's Trevor Nickel. Just outside. Collier will get the strike called for bring the count to 2 balls and 1 strike to Nickel. It'll be foul ball. Not quite out of play, but it didn't stay up in the air long enough. Manny Birch, the third baseman, racing over, actually had to cut through the dugout. So Donnie Collier on the mound for the WolfPack. It's going to be Hayden Dolly behind the plate.
Yo, Donnie!
Catching Collier's pitches. And that'll be a chop that's going to land in fair territory. And they'll score a run. So that ball over the third baseman's head. Runs to the left fielder. And VIU quickly has a run on the board here in the top of the first, and 2 runners aboard still with nobody out. Defensively for the WolfPack, it's Manny Birch playing third, Gabe Powell playing shortstop, Jacob Anker playing second, and Noah Wanek coming in to play first base. That'll be in there for strike 1 on who I believe is Ryder Duncan. Just missing for ball 1. So 1-1 to Duncan in the outfield. Looks like I'm looking at Jared Sucro in left field, Carter Spencer in center field. And I believe that's Kai Sheck playing right field. I'm not sure if VIU has a lefty on the mound, but Coach Chadwick going back to a lineup similar to last night's lineup, the second game. This will be Collier's third outing of the season. He had an outstanding effort in his first game, in the first series against the Calgary Dinos. went 10 full innings, was unlucky not to have a better fate. The Dinos ended up walking that off. Actually, no, sorry, they didn't walk it off, but they won it in 10. On a couple of unearned runs that came in the top of the 10th inning that game. Collier looking to find his groove. Count is full to Duncan. Runners on first and second with nobody out here, and the Mariners already having put a run up on the board. And that'll be off the handlebar, well foul along the first baseline. Keeping the count at full. And Collier will induce a ground ball to the shortstop, Gabe Powell, who will go to second. They'll get the out at 2. No play at first. Anchor holds onto the ball. And as there's no play at 1, so the play ends there. Runners advance to the corner, and the batter also on the other corner. So runners on the corner for VIU with 1 out here in the top of the first. And so far, the Mariners out to a quick 1-0 lead. They'll look to add more here with what I believe is Sam McPherson at the plate. Sam McPherson will watch first pitch come across as a strike. McPherson playing third base last game. Not sure where he's playing this game yet.
How many innings have you thrown now? What was our bet?
That'll be a ground ball between third and short, so that'll be a base hit that'll score a run. Nothing the infielders could do about that, and the VIU Mariners will go up 2-0 here. Runners on first and second.
How's that series going? Bad?
Collier will get the called strike on Dylan Bowie. Last game's left fielder for VIU. He's working with 1 away and 2 on. Runners on first and second for the Mariners, who have scored 2 here early in the game. And that'll be a ground ball that, again, between third and short. So Mariners, they'll bring a run around to score. And runners remain on the corners with an RBI single to Bowie. So the Mariners seem to have Collier's number here early on, finding those gaps between the infielders. Dolly out to talk to Collier. And the Mariners out to a quick 3-run lead here in the top of the first. And it'll be the WolfPack who are playing catch-up in this game. The outside edge for strike 1.
I like it. I'll be waiting for it.
That'll be a bunt high in the air. Wannock will field it. It was like a light line drive off of the Mariners batter's bat. Luckily for VIU, it was so obvious that it was going to be kind of a bunt gone wrong. They were able to retract themselves to their bag and no one got taken out on the tag up, which can quite often happen on a bunt play that goes wrong. So 2 away now for the Wolfpack. Runners in the corners. That'll be a high fly ball. It's going to be shallow. And it's going to be caught by Kai Sheck, the right fielder. So it'll be the Wolfpack who are looking to claw back an early lead against VIU this time. The last 3 games, I believe, has been TRU jumping out to an early lead. So the Wolfpack will look to seek revenge for game 1, where the Wolfpack had built up a 5-run lead early, only to see that go away, and they lost that game by 3. And the Wolfpack will come out here in the bottom of the first, hungry to score some runs to chip away at this 3-0 lead built up early by the VIU Mariners.
Careers on shelves like Amazon distribution center. Hell, really hate the Carl Roski for the dirty work. I'd rather do it by myself.
The Wolfpack will lead off with their center fielder, Carter Spencer. He'll go up against VIU lefty on the mound. Pitch will catch the outside edge for strike 1. So the count even on Spencer, 1-1. Jared Tooch is the pitcher for the Mariners. That'll be a ground ball to the shortstop. Fielded cleanly. He'll come across the diamond and get Spencer out easily at first for the first out of the inning. Jared Sucro, who I believe is the designated hitter for the Wolfpack in this game, at the plate.
That time, the game changer is Flash. For that last.
Tooch gets the call on the outside of the plate for that. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to Sucro. Sucro put 1 and foul out of play. That'll even the count at 2-2. It'll be in the dirt, bringing the count to full. And that'll be a ground ball down the third baseline. It's going to hit the bag, so it's definitely fair. Sucro's going to turn first, and he'll wisely go back to first as the left fielder did a good job getting on that ball. So a line drive grounder down the third baseline that actually hits the bag. Third baseman did not have a chance at it. After it hits the bag, of course, it kind of goes popcorn out there. You thought that might help. Sucro turned that into a double. He actually would have been better off if that just kept going and didn't hit the bag, because that would have gone into the corner. Nonetheless, the Wolfpack will have a runner aboard here with one out in the bottom of the first, and that'll bring Gabe Powell, the shortstop, to the plate.
But hey, I was happy I did it. You see my bat last night? Was it better? Oh, it was actually not. It's a strike. It was like the balls or something. It just got a bit under it, but I thought my hands. Yeah.
So ball in the dirt, ball in the dirt. You can hear Powell yelling at Sucro to go because he's got the best view of it. Catcher did a good job staying in front of it, but it still kind of skipped up. So Sucro goes to second. Powell with a 3-ball, no strike count.
Yep, that's my tier. You kind of. I have heard this before.
Powell watched that one down the middle for strike one.
I have heard this rumor that Luck is the king on Wednesday. I don't know if it's true. Jackson does like to talk.
That'll be a ground ball to the third baseman. He'll field it cleanly. He'll hold the runner back, and then he throws a one-hopper to first. First baseman does a nice job picking that out of the dirt. Sucro is required to stay at second, and Powell is called out at first. So 2 away here with Sucro, the runner, on second. Brian Petrie coming to the plate. Petrie watches strike one called. Inside for ball one, so 1-1 to Petrie. Petrie hitting a very respectable 285 on the season. And he'll put a high fly ball down the first baseline. And the first baseman stands on the edge where the dirt meets the grass, and he'll make the catch. And that'll end the inning, and the Wolfpack are blanked in the bottom of the first. And the VIU Mariners will go back to work. They racked up 5 hits in the top of the first, scored 3 runs, and they're out to a quick 3-0 lead here on the Wolfpack, who will look to shut down VIU and try to chip away at this lead. Tyler Galliford, the leadoff hitter for the VIU Mariners here in the top of the second. Collier quickly out to 2-strike count on Galliford. And swing and a miss. So Collier has a good start to the top of the second with a 3-pitch strikeout on Galliford. That'll bring the leadoff hitter, at least the lineup's leadoff hitter for the VIU Mariners, Landon Bowers, the second baseman. So quickly up 2 strikes on Bowers. That'll be just high and inside. So that's the first ball that Collier has pitched this inning. First pitch in 6 that's gone not for a strike. And that'll be a ground ball down third baseline. It's going to get past Manny Birch, who had no chance at it. Jared Sucre will come up gunning towards second, and that'll put Bowers back to first, who gets a solid single down the third baseline. Unfortunate for Collier, who had worked up a 2-1 or 1-2 count on Bowers, and then just a hard hit down the third baseline. Like I said, Birch had no chance at it. That'll bring up Alex McLaughlin, I believe the center fielder for VIU. That'll be swing and a miss to McLaughlin. Be inside for ball 1. So 1-1 to McLaughlin. 1 away here in the top of the second. VIU has a runner on first, and they're working with a 3-0 lead that they built up with 3 runs in the top of the first inning. That'll be a ground ball. Jacob Anchor will gobble that up over to Gabe Powell, over to Noah Wanek. And the TRU Wolfpack execute another double play to get out of the inning. Collier will be much happier about that, even though he did allow a hit. He probably is not happy about. But he gets out of that inning relatively unscathed, no runs against. The TRU Wolfpack will get back on the sticks here, looking to chip away at the 3-0 lead. Leading off the inning for the TRU Wolfpack is the first baseman, Noah Wanek. Wanek will watch a fastball in for strike 1. Wanek, who likes to regularly dedicate his games to his Nana, who faithfully tunes in and watches and listens to all his games. One of his biggest fans. She'll be telling him, I'm sure, to get the bat off the shoulder here as he's down quickly 2 strikes. And he'll foul that one away to keep the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Definitely warmed up here in Kamloops as the day has gone on. The cloud cover has pretty much gone away. Sun is shining down. And that ball will be high and away, well over the catcher's head. And that'll be ball 1 to Wannick. Sun kind of right over center field. And Wannick will put a high fly ball. It's going to be foul and out of play into the VIU bullpen, keeping the count at 1-2. I'll be outside. Ball 2. Wannick, a braver man than I am. This umpire actually likes the outside edge here. That was just like hair outside of his strike zone, I think. So 2-2 to Wannick. And that'll be in the dirt. So Wannick battles back from a 2-strike count to being full. Wannick will earn the walk. That pitch called high. So Wannick battles back from 2 strikes to earn a walk, and he'll trot down to first base. And that'll bring Hayden Dolly, the TRU catcher, to the plate. Wannick takes his lead at first. He'll have to be careful with a left-handed pitcher on the mound. And Dolly will put one back to the backstop. That will give him strike 1. VIU lineup seems to be full of left-handed pitchers. That'll be high and away for ball 1. So the count even to Dolly at 1-1. That'll be high and way back out of play. Catcher rips off his mask and takes a look, and can only look as that ball continues sailing over the roof of the stadium here. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Dolly. And that'll be a drive to center field. Center fielder's got to go back, and he makes the catch. Center fielder got a good jump on it. That's going to force Wannick back to first base. You thought when that left the bat, that was a low-flying line drive that really never got too high off the ground. And you thought just might get over that center fielder's head, but he got a good break on that ball, and he caught it moving to his left towards the fence and made the nice catch. So 1 away now. Wannick still on first, and that'll bring, I believe, the right fielder Kai Sheck to the plate. Sheck will watch a pitch in the dirt, go for ball 1. It's going to be high. Catcher does a nice job keeping it in the infield. So 2 balls, no strikes to Sheck. Manny Birch on deck for TRU. high for ball 3. So 3-1 to Sheck. Wannock, the runner on first, hasn't given any indication he's going to try and steal. Has to be conservative with his lead because of the left-handed pitcher. I'll be low and inside, and Sheck will earn the walk. So second walk in a row. Actually, a second walk in 3 batters. Dolly hit a line drive out to center field, so that's the lone out of the inning, and that'll bring Manny Birch, the third baseman, to the plate. Inside, that ball's going to get away from the catcher. That'll advance the runners. Wannock to third, Sheck to second, and that'll be ball 1 to Birch. So it's a little bit high and inside. And that gets away from the catcher. Wasn't this morning's catcher, is yesterday's catcher. I believe his name is Graham, if memory serves. Caleb Graham is the catcher for VIU. I'll be inside. Birch bites, trying to turn on it, and it'll be 1-1 count to him. So Birch with 2 runners in scoring position here with 1 away. A swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Birch. Be low and in the dirt for ball 2. So 2-2 to Birch. Birch had an excellent preseason. Looking to find his groove here at the plate in the regular season. He's looking at a 2-2 count with 1 away here in the bottom of the second. And that'll be high for ball 3. So the count is full to Birch. And Jared Tooch, the VIU pitcher, will look to avoid walking a third batter this inning as he faces Birch with a full count. The big lefty will take his stance on the mound and deliver a low. Oh. Go to first! Check first! Birch, go to first! Jesus. Sorry, folks. I hope that wasn't too loud on your end. So, low and in the dirt, Birch checks swings. Birch trots off to first base, thinking it's a walk. You probably heard me yelling because he got 3/4 of the way there and Birch stopped, and the base ump said it was a strike 3. So it was a drop strike 3, but Birch didn't keep going to first, and thus allowed VIU to finish the drop third strike play and the strikeout on Birch, who was the second out of the inning. Sorry, I had my coach's hat on there for a second. You could probably hear me yelling at Birch. My apologies if that was unpleasant on your end. It's going to be a high fly ball to left center. And that didn't get caught. The left fielder made a valiant effort diving for it, and Birch is going to come, Anchor is going to come into third base. Anchor will slide in for the triple. And that ball was a high, deep fly ball that actually was splitting left and center perfectly. Center held up, left dove for it, and from this distance I couldn't even tell if he caught it, which he did not. So that drives in 2, and Anchor's 2-run triple brings the TRU Wolfpack within 1 here in the bottom of the second.
Distribution center, yeah, really.
Carter Spencer to the plate with a runner on third, 2 away. And he'll watch that first pitch called a strike. So I hate to say it, but Manny Birch not being on base looms a little bit large here as the Wolfpack are down by 1. And it's going to be a shot to deep left field. That ball is up and away, and that ball is going to be off the fence, high off the fence. And Carter Spencer, not known for hitting home runs, came about as close as he'll get. That one, I think, hit about 3 feet from the top of the fence in left center. And he'll do a stand. He'll be happy with a stand-up double. He'll be very happy with that hit. Also adds an RBI to Spencer's stats. He came into this game with 13 RBIs already. And I think Anchor was across the plate before that ball even hit the fence. That's Jared Sucro. Better known for a deep ball hitter. He's up to bat here with 1 strike, 2 out. Carter Spencer on second. Spencer will be going on the hit as long as he's not going to get tagged out. And he'll advance to third on the wild pitch by Tooch, who put it up and away. And Graham, the catcher, had no chance at that. So Spencer now on third. Sucro will look to cash him in, and that would actually break the tie that the two teams are now in. That'll be fouled back out of play. That's going to be a bloop into center field. And that'll score Spencer. Sucro with the RBI single. Lets the Wolfpack score their 4th run of the inning, and they actually take a 4-3 lead here in the bottom of 2. And they'll go back to work here with Gabe Powell, the shortstop, coming up to the plate. So the Wolfpack bats coming alive here in the bottom of the second. Taking advantage of a couple early walks by the VIU pitcher. And some timely hitting. A triple by Jacob Anchor, a double by Carter Spencer, and now a single by Jared Sucro. And I might be missing something. This inning's been going for a while here. Some bizarre stuff with a drop third strike earlier in the inning. It's all resulted in a 4-run bottom of the second for the Wolfpack, who go back to work. And that'll be a ground ball fielded by the third baseman. He'll go to 2, and he'll get the force, and that'll end the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack put 4 runs up on the board, and they take a 4-3 lead here going into the top of the 3rd inning.
You go, Donnie! You go, Donnie!
VIU leading off the top of the third with, I believe, their DH Trevor Nickel. Nickel 1 for 1 today. Had a good game this morning. Had an excellent doubleheader yesterday and was batting 6-something coming into the series. So Nickel, a very solid hitter for the VIU Mariners. And he'll hit a ground ball to the second baseman, Jacob Anker. It hops on him. He's able to gobble it up. And he throws to first where Noah Wanek makes a nice stretch and a good job at corralling in that throw that Anker had to hurry a little bit after it kind of hopped up on his chest. But Nickel's retired. That gives the Wolfpack one away here in the top of the third inning. There'll be a line drive back to Collier, who fields it cleanly, and he'll underhand flip it to Wanek at first. So Collier with 2 quick outs here in the top of the third. We'll look to try and continue that success against Sam McPherson, the VIU Mariner third baseman. That'll be a high fly ball to right field. Sheck can only look over his head, and that's over the fence. And Sam McPherson has hit a bomb here in the top of the third inning, and that's going to tie the game at 4. Kai Sheck in right field could only watch as that ball went over the fence. And McPherson will come to the plate, congratulated by his teammates for that solid shot over the right field fence. And that'll tie the game at 4 here in the top of the third. Collier back to work here against Dylan Bowie. I think he's VIU's left fielder. He's got a 1-1 count. That one a little bit up and away, so the count's 1-2. That'll be a ground ball chopped towards shortstop. Gabe Powell will field it cleanly. He'll go across the mound, and he'll get the out at first, but not before Sam McPherson hits what I believe was an opposite field bomb over the fence to tie this game. The lone run for the Mariners in the top of the third will tie the game at 4. And the Wolfpack looking to try and get that one back here going into the bottom of the third. Ryan Petrie at the plate here. Watches that pitch come in for a strike. It's 1-1 to Petrie. Petrie, I believe, is the DH for this game. I think I said earlier it was Jared Sucro, but I think he's in left field or right field. He's somewhere. Petrie draws the count to 3-1. Oh, that's going to be a walk with an exclamation mark as Petrie wears it off of his left thigh. And just for everyone's information, VIU has brought in a new pitcher to start this inning. So Tooch is relieved of his duties after 2 full innings, and they bring in right-handed chucker Riley Waters. Waters seeing his first pitching action of the season, I believe. And he'll throw a fastball to Noah Wanek. That ball is going to be in right field, and the right fielder will come over and catch it right at the right field line. So that'll be the first out for the WolfPack. Wanek swinging at the first pitch there. Didn't even give me a chance to announce his at bat. Won't make the same mistake for Hayden Dolly here, the catcher coming up to the plate now, and he'll work with 1 away and a runner on first, the runner being the designated hitter, Ryan Petrie. There'll be a curveball across the plate for strike 1. Just inside. I think Dolly was waiting to wear it there, almost hoping to. Just missed him. But it's inside enough to be ball 1, so the count even at 1s for Dolly. With 1 out here, bottom of the 3rd, and a 4-4 tie. That'll be outside, and the catcher does a nice job keeping that ball in front of him. Ryan Petrie's not able to go anywhere. Graham had to basically chicken wing that, get that ball knocked down. Pretty sure it hit him where there's no padding. And Hayden Dolly goes back to work with a 2-1 count here. That'll be in the dirt for ball 3. So 3-1 to Dolly. That'll be a ground ball hopping towards the third baseman. He'll pick it up off the ground, but he's got no play. So it was a slow bouncer. The third baseman, McPherson, actually fielded it cleanly, and I thought he was going to go across for sure, but I'm not sure if he had a hard time getting the ball out of his glove. He thought otherwise. Doesn't go across to first. And I believe Hayden Dolly's got a single that advances Ryan Petrie to second. And that'll bring Riley Hay in to run for Dolly, the catcher. And that'll bring the right fielder, Kai Sheck, to the plate. It'll be low in the dirt. Graham had a hard time controlling the pitch. The umpire's calling it a strike, so the count is 0-1 to Sheck.
No, I got it out yesterday.
That'll be a ground ball Nice play by the third baseman who picks that ball up. Picks that ball up. Petrie stopped in his tracks. Third baseman made it look like he was going to go across to first. He turned and then ended up tagging Petrie. So nothing Petrie could do about that. Excellent play by McPherson, who dove to his left towards shortstop to get that hard hopper that came his way, and that brings Manny Birch to the plate. Manny Birch with 2 out here in the third inning. And he'll foul one back. Manny probably looking to make people forget about a weird play that happened in his last at-bat. It was he had 2 strikes on him. The throws in the dirt. He check swung. He walked up to first as though it was a walk. Ended up being called a swing. And there's some confusion because of it. And that'll be an inside. Unfortunately for Birch, it's off his handlebar. Birch likes those inside pitches, and when he turns on them, they're spectacular. That one kind of got the handle of the bat, and it was a moderately slow roller towards third base, who just picked up the ball and tagged his base for the force out. That'll end the inning for the Wolfpack. And we'll go into the top of the fourth with the TRU Wolfpack 4, the VIU Mariners 4.
I wish I found some chords in an order that's new. I wish.
So Donnie Collier back on the mound for the TRU Wolfpack. And he'll start off with a ball. That's to... And it's going to be an off-field line drive. Noah Wanek will be Johnny on the spot, or Wani on the spot, I guess, in this case. And he'll get the out. That was the catcher, Caleb Graham, with that hit. And that'll bring to the plate Zach Golden Madden. Not sure if Zach's playing defensively here. I think he was a shortstop yesterday at one point. Sorry, when we start getting into the third and fourth games of these series, it all becomes a blur. And Golden Madden will watch that inside pitch get called a strike. So 0-1 to Golden Madden. He won't get the outside pitch, he being Collier. Collier probably would have been happier if the last one was called a ball and that one was called a strike, but it's all even in the end. But the count appears to be 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that'll be a ground ball towards third base. Manny Birch comes up, and he'll come up firing, and he'll throw a dart across the diamond to Noah Wanek for the out. Wolfpack infield, boot around the horn, and they're hearing about it from the center fielder, Carter Spencer, who usually is in the infield. Often gets outfield duty when there's a left-handed pitcher on the mound, just because of the dynamics that Coach Chadwick likes to work into his strategy at times. So they'll reset, and 2 out here in the top of the fourth.
Yeah, is there a yelp for...
And that'll be a foul ball back to the mesh. That'll be a ground ball foul down the third baseline. So Collier seems to have settled into a groove here. Blemish-free since the first inning, other than the big home run by McPherson. And he'll be working on a 2-2 count to Galliford here at the plate. Oh. Guessing that missed up. I'm not sure. Again, elevated. I'll give the umpires the benefit of the doubt here. And that'll be a foul ball. It's going to trickle down the first baseline. Stays foul.
Show off my guns.
It'll be a hard hit ball to left field. Sucro stumbles. That ball one hops to the fence. Galliford's going to be running into two, and he'll have a stand-up double. That ball left the bat in a hurry. Sucro had to turn and run. It actually looked like he stumbled. I don't think it would have made a difference. I don't think he would have been able to get to it, but he watched the ball one hop off the track on against the fence. And Galliford got a double, and the VIU Mariners are their first base runner of the inning. And that'll take them to the top of their lineup, where Landon Bowers, the second baseman, will come to bat. Collier turns, spins, whatever you want to call it. Tries to pick off on Galliford. Galliford scrambles back to his bag safely. And that'll be outside for strike one. So Bowers, who I recall not being thrilled with the last umpire strike zone, will have to get used to a new umpire strike zone here. And that's going to be off field. Looks like it's going to go foul. It does. So strike two. So Collier quickly up 2 strikes on the VIU leadoff hitter here. And that's outside, and Dolly does a nice job keeping that ball in front of him, and that keeps Galliford on second. So 1-2 to Bowers. It'll be swing and a miss. Oh, foul ball. That actually probably benefits the Wolfpack, depending on what happens after this. If that was a swing and a miss, that would have been strike 3. Bowers would have gotten a first for sure on the drop third strike, because it went through Dolly's legs and all the way to the backstop. Would have also advanced Galliford to third. So they'll go back to work with a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Bowers. That'll be way outside, and Dolly does a nice job extending his arm way left to pick up that pitch. And that'll take the count to 2-2. That'll be a high fly ball to left field. It's going to be off the fence. And that'll be an RBI double for Bowers, who hit an absolute liner. I think I called it high. It didn't actually end up going that high, but it went all the way to the fence in right field. Kaishek did a good job getting that ball in. That holds Bowers to a double, but not before Galliford comes around to score. And that gives the VIU Mariners a 1-run lead here in the top of the 4th. That'll be a ground ball to the shortstop, Gabe Powell. He'll pick it up cleanly and throw it across, even cleaner, to Noah Wanek at first for the out. But not before the VIU Mariners managed to get a run in and take a 5-4 lead here going into the bottom of the fourth. The Wolfpack put up 0 in the first, 4 in the second, 0 in the third, and they'll hope to get back on the sticks here in the bottom of 4 to retake the lead here in this back and forth game. Definitely the closest game we've had of the series so far. Second baseman Jacob Anker leading off the bottom of the fourth for the TRU Wolfpack. I believe it's Riley Waters back on the mound for VIU. Came in to pitch the third inning, back out for the fourth now. And that'll be inside for ball 2. So Anker quickly ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. He's the leadoff hitter here in the fourth, so nobody out. And the Wolfpack down by 1. And that'll be a nice shot out to center field that'll drop in front of the center fielder. And Anker has a single to lead off the inning for the TRU Wolfpack.
Shells like Amazon distribution center. Hell, really hate to call a Roski for the dirty work. I'd rather do it by myself.
Center fielder Carter Spencer at the plate. He'll watch low and away for ball 1. Spencer 1 for 2 in the game. His hit was a shot off the left field fence that went for a double. And he'll watch inside and he'll get the strike 1 call. So Waters catches the inside edge with that pitch for strike 1, evening the count at 1-1. Riley's a right-handed pitcher. Jacob Anker takes his lead at first. That'll be outside. Oof. So Carter Spencer watching the ball inside and outside. Strikes being called, so it appears to be a wide strike zone for the umpire here, who's calling both sides of the plate. And they'll be inside, and Spencer will wear it off the back. He'll just be happy to erase that 2-strike count he had. Coach Chadwick, usually very quiet over there in his third base coach square, letting the umpire hear it. I couldn't tell if he was saying something about the ball or a balk. So he said something all weekend long. So I'm assuming he's talking about a ball. So the usually patient and quiet Coach Chadwick speaking up here in the bottom of the fourth. Waters goes back to work now against Jared Sucro. And he'll lay down. So interesting. So Sucro squared to bunt. Missed it altogether, I think. I thought maybe he had tipped it, so I was wondering why we were going to second, but they're saying it wasn't hit at all. I'm sure they're calling it a strike, even though it hasn't gone up on the scoreboard yet. And because it was looking to be a sacrifice bunt, runners were well off their base paths, and the catcher decided to try and go after Anchor at second. Anchor, now covered in dirt, safely back to his base in time, and they'll retake their lead. And Sucro in that position again where he might be getting asked to bunt. He's squaring early, nothing left to surprise here. And they're going to have Anchor in a hot box, and that ball gets away from the third baseman. That's going to score Anchor. Spencer's going to have to stay put at second. So a well-designed play by VIU. Unfortunately, it's not particularly executed well. So Sucro, who had squared to bunt early, so VIU knew that it was going to be a sacrifice, so they decided to try and turn and pick off Anchor at second. Anchor wasted no time in just going to third. He got on his horse and just went directly to third. The second baseman or shortstop, whoever had fielded the throw from the pitcher, had to hurry the throw. It went over the tall third baseman's head to the dugout, and that allowed Anchor to come in to score. Spencer advances to second. And Sucro will go back to work, no longer having to bunt. He'll be happy about that, I'm sure. I think it's 1-1 as well. I don't know. I thought they called Sucro on the strike for his first bunt. Swing and a miss to Sucro. Spencer hopping around there on second base, getting the attention of the pitcher. 1 ball, we think it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Sucro. There were some questions to whether or not his first bunt attempt was called a strike or not. We're erring on the side of strike. And that's going to be a high but shallow fly ball towards the right fielder. Spencer tags, he won't go. So that fly out by Sucro is the first out of the inning. That brings Gabe Powell to the plate, TRU shortstop. That's going to be in the dirt. Graham does a nice job keeping that ball in front of him. And Gabe Powell will look to drive around his fellow shortstop who he shares the position with at times. Carter Spencer on second base. Look to drive him home here. Powell 0 for 2 on the day, but hitting an impressive .372 on the season. And that'll be inside. That'll be a chopper towards the shortstop. Spencer will have to stay put. The throw across the diamond will be a good one, and they'll get the speedy Powell out at first. So suddenly 2 out here in the bottom of the fourth. So Ryan Petrie, the designated hitter, up to bat. He'll have a runner on second with 2 away here in the bottom of the fourth. WolfPack scored a run in this inning on a bit of a circus play that benefited the WolfPack when a throw went astray. And Jacob Anchor was able to come around and score. Carter Spencer's in scoring position here at second. He'll be going on contact in all likelihood. Petrie will look to try and get on base here. I think he wore one off his left leg, if I'm not mistaken, in his last at-bat. 2 balls, no strikes. And that'll be low for ball 3. So I think he had 3 balls on him last time when the 4th pitch, or maybe it was the 5th pitch, but 4th ball ended up drilling him in the leg. And that'll be in the dirt as well. So Petrie will walk on a 4-pitch walk, and that'll put runners on first and second. Petrie trots down to first. Carter Spencer still on second. And that'll bring Noah Wanek to the plate. But first it prompts a visit to the mound by the VIU coach. I don't see any activity in the VIU bullpen, so I'm guessing this is just some chatter. Obviously, they must have seen game film on Noah Wanek, and they're just strategizing now. So the coach returns to his dugout. Waters takes his spot on the mound, and he'll eye up Noah Wanek with 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. And that'll be outside. Graham having to kind of fall to his knees and away from the plate to keep it from getting by him. Wanek hoping to add to the 6 hits that the WolfPack have in this game so far. And he'll watch that one get the outside of the plate for strike 1. So with forces on, Spencer definitely will be going on contact here. If Wanek can get it through the infield, Spencer might even try and come home on the hit.
Call it. Run him.
So the umpire, the plate getting the gears from some players in the TRU dugout for not calling a balk on the pitcher, which is consistently happening, according to the players. That'll be outside. So 3-1 the count to Wanek. It'll be high and outside, and Wanek will take the walk. And that'll load the bases for the catcher, Hayden Dolly. So 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded for Hayden Dolly.
Finally! Oh my God!
And the call that the TRU WolfPack players and coach have been asking for all game long while Riley Waters has been on the mound here finally comes through. And that's going to prompt a visit to the mound, probably to talk. Probably to talk to both the umpire and Waters. But with bases loaded, that'll actually trot Carter Spencer home and advance the other runners. So it's something that Waters has been doing consistently that has been drawing the attention of the TRU players and coaching staff. And they've been chattering at the umpire for a while, wondering why they're not getting the call. The base ump makes the call on that particular play, and now the coach is out talking to the base ump, probably trying to figure out what's happening. So I'm sure VIU will say it's not a good look when the team keeps asking for the call and then you give it to them. I'm sure TRU would say just make the call and we won't have to actually ask for it. So everybody goes their separate ways. Hopefully the pitcher, Waters, has been informed what he's doing. That does clear up earlier what Coach Chadwick was the first one that I could hear talking about. This was an inning or so ago, I think, when Waters first came in the game. That'll be outside for ball 1 on Dolly. So whatever it is that the TRU side was seeing, hopefully Waters, for VIU's sake, has got that cleared up. And Dolly's going to put one deep to right center. And that ball's going to, it's going to go in and out of the center fielder's glove. That'll score 2. That ball actually started towards center field. And in fact, I actually thought it was going left side, and that thing had a slice on it. If you're a golfer, you're probably not happy with that. As a hitter in baseball, that thing just started to coast right, and the center fielder in full stride had to try and make that catch in right center by the time the ball was coming down, and it hit the center fielder's glove and bounced out. That scored the 2 runs, who were on the move because there was 2 out. They didn't have to wait to see if the ball was caught, and that puts Hayden Dolly, or by declaration now Riley Hay, the designated runner, on second base. And that'll bring Kai Sheck, the right fielder, to the plate. So 4 runs here so far in the bottom of 4 for the TRU Wolfpack. 2 runs on that, but I'm guessing they called an error. That hit by Dolly out to center field. 1 run on the balk. And that's going to be a check swing to Sheck, and they're going to say he went. So 2 strikes up on Sheck here early in this at-bat, who will look to keep the Wolfpack alive and keep Riley, or get Riley Hay advanced to at least third here in the bottom of the 4th. And that'll be a check swing, and he didn't go that time. So Sheck leaving a lot to question for the umpires here with his check swings. Has to be careful on that. And Waters will go back to work on the mound for VIU. Runners going, and there'll be a ground ball to the shortstop. Riley Hay makes it to third, and the throw to first is there. Kai Sheck is out. That's the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack add 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th to match the 4 runs they got in the bottom of the 2nd. That'll give them 8 runs on the day so far compared to the VIU's 5. VIU will go into the top of 5, trying to improve on their 5 and close this 3-run gap. That was like Trevor Nickel, the VIU designated hitter, leading off the top of the 5th inning here for the Mariners. And he'll be looking at a 1-1 count. So Donnie Collier, who's returned to the mound for the TRU Wolfpack here for the 5th inning, is up on the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Nickel will foul that one off to keep the count at 1-2. That'll be a ball that finds the gap between second and center, and Nickel will be on with another hit. So VIU starts off with a runner on first after their leadoff hitter for the inning gets on with a single, and that'll bring Ryder Duncan, I believe the first baseman, up to bat for VIU. And that'll be outside for ball 1. That'll be a chop down the right field line. It's going to land fair, and that ball's going to go to the corner. Nickel's going to round second, going to third. Nickel's probably going to get the wave home. And Ryder is going to try and go to 3, and Powell hesitated to throw. I don't think Powell thought he had a shot at third. Ryder rounded second. You could see he was actually looking for the third base coach's sign, but the third base coach was pretty focused on the runner going home. And by the time Powell realized he might have had a play, that throw ended up not being in time at third. So VIU has a quick run here in the top of the 5th to make the score 8-6, and a runner on third with nobody out. And that'll bring Sam McPherson, he of the Oppo dinger earlier in the game. 1-1 to McPherson. Be outside for ball 2. So Collier undoubtedly aware that this is the hitter who went deep on him earlier in the game. That'll be a line drive. Oh. Powell has it go off his glove. And that will allow Ryder on third to run into home, and that'll give McPherson not a hit, as it's going to be classified as an error. So unfortunately, that line drive scores a run, which brings the score to within 1 now. So the TRU Wolfpack, who had the lead coming into this inning, still does, but it's down to 1 run. And now a runner on 1, the go-ahead run at the plate here being Dylan Bowie. That'll be an outside edge for strike 2. So 2 strikes to Bowie. Collier looking for his first out of the inning. That'll be a curveball in the dirt for ball 1. Dolly does a nice job to keep it in front of him. So the Wolfpack's 3-run lead dwindled down to 1 here in the top of the 5th. This back and forth game just continues to go back and forth. And that'll be too far outside for the called strike. So he doesn't get the called strike. And it's going to be 2-2 to Bowie. That'll be outside again for ball 3. So the count full to Bowie. Again, nobody out here in the top of the 5th. 2 runs already in by the Mariners, who have a runner on first, and full count to the batter, Dylan Bowie. That'll be a shot out to right center, and it's going to land between the 2, and it's going to go to the fence. Wolfpack work to get the ball in. McPherson's going to turn 3, and he'll score easily. And the RBI double by Bowie will tie this game up at 8. And the Wolfpack having no answers here as they have no out in the top of the 5th with 3 runs already being scored against. You can see activity in the TRU bullpen. I think that's the catcher Caleb Graham at the plate. He squares to bunt, retracts, gets called ball 1. Graham will square to strike or to bunt again. Not called a strike. 2 balls, no strike to Graham, the catcher, working with a runner on second and nobody out. And he'll bunt down the first baseline. Wannock will pick up the ball and deal with the batter. And that will advance the base runner to third. So VIU looking to take the lead here. The go-ahead run on third with the batter Zach Golden Madden coming to the plate. So outside for ball 1. So a back and forth game here, all tied up again. That's going to be a ground ball through second. The outstretched arms of a diving Jacob Anchor couldn't pull it in, and that'll score another run. And with 1 away here in the top of the 5th, the VIU Mariners have put up a 4 spot and now lead 9-8 after entering this inning down by 3. So the Wolfpack will look to stop the bleeding here. Runner on first. 1 away. That'll be a fastball down the middle for strike 1. Collier paints the outside of the plate on that one, gets the called strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to the batter Galliford. And runner's going, Dolly's throwing, and Anchor's tagging, and another thrown out base stealer, which the Wolfpack catchers have done a great job so far this series. And that one looked like the runner had the advantage. He got a good jump. And the throw wasn't even, the pitch, sorry, wasn't super clean for Dolly to work with. So 2 away here in the top of the 5th. Full count to Galliford. And Dolly will incite a ground ball to Manny Birch at third, who goes across with a dart. No doubt about that throw from Manny Birch. And that is the 3rd out of the inning, but not before VIU matches the 4 runs that TRU put up in the bottom of the 3rd. So with VIU's 4 runs in the top of the 5th, that actually gives them a 9-8 lead here going into the bottom of 5, where the TRU Wolfpack will look to continue the seesaw battle and take the lead back. Hunter Fanshaw into the game, seeing his first action of this game. He'll watch high and outside for ball 1. Be a grounder foul down the first baseline. So Riley Waters out of the game. VIU brings in a new pitcher, Rylan Andrews. Andrews appears to have limited action on the mound so far this season. Early again for the VIU Mariners, who've only played one series so far. Count 2-2 to Fanshaw. And Fanshaw's going to put that one opposite field, so it's going to be a high fly ball to left field. Left fielder perches himself underneath it and makes the catch.
Very superstitious, writing on the wall.
So second baseman Jacob Anker now batting. Anker 2 for 2 in this game. He'll watch a curveball in the dirt for ball 1, taking the count to 1-1 with 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th, and the TRU Wolfpack trailing by 1. In the dirt for ball 2. A swing and a miss for Anker. That'll even the count at 2-2. Breeze picking up a little bit here, as you can see by the flags in right field, top of the scoreboard. Clouds rolling in a little bit, but nothing too gloomy. And it'll be a swing and a miss to Anker, but it gets away from the catcher, and Anker will make it to first base on the drop third strike. So unfortunate for the VIU pitcher Andrews. The curveball fooled both Anker, the batter, and Graham, the catcher. And so with a runner aboard, that'll bring center fielder Carter Spencer to the plate with 1 out. And the Wolfpack looking to answer for at least some of the 4 runs they allowed in the top of the 5th inning. And Spencer will hit a grounder to shortstop, who's flipping it to second, who's going to first, and that'll be the double play that Spencer didn't want to hit into, and that'll end the inning. And VIU will go into the top of the 6th, maintaining their 1-run lead, up 9-8. So VIU Mariners leading off the inning with their leadoff hitter, second baseman Landon Bauer. Some changes defensively for the TRU Wolfpack going into the top of the sixth here. Looks like Hunter Fanshaw has come into left field. Kai Shek moves over to center field. Jared Sucro moves from left field over to right field. And that's because Carter Spencer's come in to play third. Gabe Powell stays at short. And Jacob Anker, who makes the play on a high-hopping grounder that caught something on the ground and almost skipped way over his head. Luckily, Anker's light on his feet and was able to get up and grab that one and go to first for the out. But Anker still at second base. Noah Wanek still at first base. And now into pitch is Lucas Miracle, who will now be pitching to his usual catching partner, Hayden Dolly. That'll be a strike by Miracle down the middle. Darren, if you're listening, this is why you never go home early. Strike two thrown by Miracle here, who goes to work on VIU batter Alex McLaughlin. And that'll be a ground ball. Gabe Powell does a great job to get that ball in his glove. That hit drew Gabe Powell hard to his right, running towards basically the left field line. Did an excellent job to get that ball in his glove and then had to turn and throw immediately. Of course, when you do that, you lose much of your velocity, and McLaughlin gets to first easily, but no further. And Miracle will go to work here with a runner on first and one away. And that'll be a deep shot right field, but way foul. And that ball will end up in the VIU bullpen. And that'll be a deep shot to right field. Sucro can only watch as that ball goes over the fence. And VIU has a 2-run shot. Trevor Nickel, who I've been talking about all weekend, has had a great weekend, and he's somewhat capping it off here with a 2-run shot deep over the right field fence. And he'll continue his hot ways this weekend. And that's going to give the VIU Mariners a 3-run lead over the TRU Wolfpack here in the top of the 6th inning. Jared Sucro could only watch as that ball sailed over that right field fence. Nice curveball by Miracle in there for a strike that evens the count to Ryder Duncan, I believe, is at bat to 1-1. So Miracle goes back to work here after giving up the 2-run home run. That's VIU's second home run of the game. And part of the difference maker right now is they have 15 hits today so far, which have resulted in 11 runs. And that's going to be high for ball 2. So the count even at 2-2. And that's going to be a hit up the middle. Powell and Anker almost fight over it there. Both kind of converge on the ball at the same time. Powell, who had the momentum going towards first, grabs the ball and easily throws out Duncan. And that'll be the second out of the inning. And the VIU player responsible for the first home run of the game, Sam McPherson, the third baseman, is coming up to the plate now. And that's going to be a ground ball. It's going to be past Miracle, picked up by Anker, who will throw it to first. Wanek makes the catch. That'll retire the side, but not before a 2-run shot by Trevor Nickel increases the 1-run lead that the VIU Mariners had coming into this inning. They are now up by 3, 11-8, as the TRU Wolfpack go into the bottom of 6, looking to try and do something about it.
Screenshots, all plenty problems. tour rider, leave her lazy, dizzy. Got more tracks and when the hair salon is busy. Throwing days like that river, Mississippi, freaky. Like I sing for Pretty Ricky. Huh? Yeah, yeah. Got the ad lips and slicky nails done.
So Jared Sucro now playing right field for the TRU Wolfpack will lead off the squad at the bottom of the sixth here, and he'll watch a short hop to the catcher for ball one. Sucro will look to get on and help the TRU Wolfpack try and erase a 3-run deficit that they're working against here. This back and forth game would dictate that TRU comes back and at least ties it. But you know, VIU's trying to put an end to that back and forthness. They want to take this lead and hang on to it here and get out with a split for the series. Andrews back on the mound for VIU. And he'll one-hop one to the catcher again. VIU looks like they've got some activity in their bullpen as I look to my right. That'll be a ground ball way foul towards the TRU dugout. And that again will be a short hop to the catcher, who's taking a bit of a beating here as Andrews looks to find his groove in the bottom of the sixth. That works the count to full for Sucro. That'll be high for ball four. So Sucro will get a leadoff walk for the inning. And we'll hope that teammate Gabe Powell, the TRU shortstop, can move him around the bases. Powell put one off the end of his bat. That's going to be a slow roller to the first baseman. He'll just pick it up and pick it up and tag the bag at first for the out. That does advance Sucro to second. But it also gives the VIU Mariners their first out of the inning. So Ryan Petrie comes to the plate here, working with a runner on second and one away. And the TRU Wolfpack trying to chip away at the 3-run lead that VIU built up over the last couple of innings. It'll be high and or outside for ball one to Petrie. Petrie 0 for 1 in this game, hitting .285 on the season. And he'll watch that inside pitch just miss him. Petrie, who wore one in the first or second inning. I think it was the second inning of the game, actually. Avoids getting hit that time and goes back to work at the plate here with 2 balls and no strikes. That'll be another slow roller towards the pitcher, who's going to underhand flip in plenty of time to get Petrie at first. It will advance the runner to third. not exactly what the TRU batters are looking for. The last 2 hits off the bats have been somewhat slow rollers, one to the first baseman and one to the pitcher. The only savings grace is that Jared Sucro, who started off the inning on first, after his at-bat, is now standing at third. So Simon Crossfield into the game to hit here at least. And he'll look to try and score Sucro and get on base himself. And he'll watch a curveball catch the outside edge of the plate for strike 1. I think it's Crossfield's first at-bat of the game. Crossfield with 4 RBIs on the season. Love to add a 5th here. And he'll watch strike 2. Crossfield nodding his head in agreement, so he knows these pitches are strikes. He's just waiting for the one he wants. And that'll be a deep shot to right center. Both fielders are underneath it. The right fielder will catch it and end the inning and end the threat. So no runs for the Wolfpack in the bottom of the 6th. They break their pattern. They had 4 runs in the 2nd, 4 runs in the 4th. We're definitely hoping for 4 runs in the 6th, but that pattern is broken, and they'll go into the top of the 7th down by 3. Lucas Miracle back on the mound to start the top of the 7th. He came out in the top of the 6th in relief of Donnie Collier, who went 5 full. And Mira will throw one just outside to Dylan Bowie, the VIU hitter. Bowie, who's 2 for 3 in this game, watches strike 1, paint the outside of the edge. Bowie hitting .411 on the season. Well, that'd be just too far outside. I say too far outside because this particular umpire likes the outside edge of the plate, but that one was just beyond his threshold, and count now 2 balls and 1 strike. And that's going to be a swing and a foul ball back off the handle to even the count at 2-2. So the Wolfpack will look to try and shut down VIU defensively here, so they have a chance in the last 3 at-bats to chip away at this 3-run lead. And that'll be a high fly ball to left field. Hunter Fanshaw underneath it, and he makes the catch. And he'll get the ball back in. It'll be the first out of the inning. The inside for ball 1. believe it's Caleb Graham, the VIU catcher for this game, up to bat. That'll be a curveball inside for ball 2. So Miracle down in the count, 2 balls, no strikes to Graham. And that one catches the inside edge for strike 1. So 2-1 to Graham. And that'll be another deep shot to left field. Hunter Fanshaw going back. He calls off Kai Shek, who's charging the cover. And Hunter Fanshaw makes his second catch of the inning for the second out. So good contact by the VIU hitters, both going relatively deep left field. And that brings Zach Golden Madden to the plate for VIU. And he'll swing and a miss. Miracle will be up 1 strike on the batter. That one will be low and outside. Dolly having to work to dig it out of the dirt. Eventually will find it there. Evens the count at 1-1. 2 away here in the top of the 7th. That'll be inside for strike 2. So 1-2 to Golden Madden, the batter. VIU looking to get their inning started. That'll be a swing and a miss. So Miracle does nice work here in the second inning of the game on the mound and setting 2 fly balls out to left field and a strikeout. And that'll hold the VIU Mariners to no runs in the top of the 7th, which is exactly what the TRU Wolfpack needed, as they could not stand to allow any more runs to get scored. And they're looking to go into the bottom of the 7th here and chip away, hoping to eliminate that 3-run lead that VIU has built up. VIU bouncing back nicely from the mercy loss they had this morning. And I think they're going to bring the same pitcher back out to the mound. That being Rylan Andrews. Just looking to confirm. I don't know the VIU players the way I know the TRU ones, so I had to wait for a number confirmation.
He's kissing mama goodbye. He's up and gone with the sun. Daddy drives an 18-wheeler, and he's off on a Midwest run. And 3 sad faces gather around mama. They ask her.
So a back and forth game here, as I said throughout. VIU hopped out to a quick 3-0 lead in the top of the first. They held that lead until the bottom of the second when TRU came back with 4 runs, taking a 4-3 lead after 2. VIU would add a run in the top of the third to tie it up at 4. It would stay that way until the top of 5 when VIU would actually take a 1-run lead and be up 5-4. But TRU would answer with 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th to make it 8-5 at that point. But wait, VIU answer those 4 runs with 4 of their own in the top of the 5th, and they make the score 9-8 at that point. And then add 2 more in the top of the 6th to make it 11-8, which is where we currently stand going into the bottom of the 7th. And I was mistaken. It is not Rylan Andrews coming back out to pitch. Sorry, it's Andrew Klassen, who I think was actually out here last inning. This is where my confusion sets in. And that first at-bat will be Hayden Dolly, and he'll walk off the field not particularly happy with it. It ends up being a high foul ball behind the plate. And Caleb Graham, the VIU catcher, does a nice job to track that one back to the mesh where he catches it for the first out of the inning. So Andrew Klassen, who I believe who came in to pitch starting the last inning, he will be back on the mound for BIU. That'll be outside for ball one to the batter, Manny Recchi, it looks like. And Recchi will swing and a miss for strike two. Klassen with a very strong curveball. That one might have been a little bit low, but it looked like it was going to be way outside and ended up almost crossing the plate. And that one will stay outside. That one's not a curveball. It's a fastball that obviously doesn't break. So 3-1 to Recchi here, who's looking to get the TRU offense started in the bottom of the seventh. And he'll put a high fly ball out of play along the left side. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that ball was out of play for sure. Yeah. Looks like the third baseman for VIU catches that ball up against the bullpen fence. A nice play by the third baseman. I saw that leave Recchi's bat. I stopped watching. I thought that was going to be in the parking lot. So Hunter Fanshaw now batting for TRU. 2 away, but he'd love to get the offense started here. And he'll hit a ground ball towards first base. First baseman does a nice job laying out to make the grab. And VIU has caught some fire in a bottle here. Some nice defense. Hunter Fanshaw a little unlucky for that one not to get by. The big first baseman laid out and fielded the grounder, flipped it to the pitcher for the out. And that was after the third baseman of VIU made a nice defensive play against the fence where the TRU bullpen is to catch a foul ball for the second out of the inning. So TRU blanked in the bottom of the seventh. They'll have 2 more chances, and in the meantime they'll have to stop VIU from getting any runs here in the top of the eighth. So Lucas Miracle back on the mound for the TRU Wolfpack here in the top of the eighth. 2 quick strikes on the batter, I believe is Galliford. And he won't get Galliford to chase the outside pitch there, so the count falls to 1-2. Inside, and Miracle lucky not to tag Galliford on that pitch, which would have ended his 2-strike effort, but the count does fall to 2-2 here. That'll be low and away for ball 3. So Miracle, who started with 2 quick strikes on Galliford, now sees himself with the count full. Galliford happy to battle back here for the deciding pitch. And that'll be a ground ball towards third base. Spencer will come across and he'll make the throw. And he'll get the out on an outstretched catch by Simon Crossfield. Kind kind of one of those slow hoppers that Spencer had to grab and throw. And Crossfield does a nice job stretching out to take the indecision away from the umpire. And that'll bring the second baseman, Landon Bowers, to the plate. Bowers watch the inside pitch for ball 1. Bowers 3 for 4 on the day. I should say on the game. I'm not sure how he did this morning. I don't remember the stats from that. I remember in the morning game he was a little unhappy with the strike zones that he was seeing. And he'll look at a 1-1 count here in the top of the 8th of game 2. And he'll watch that outside pitch go for ball 2. And that'll be a chop foul that goes into the screen. And that outside pitch to Bowers will bring the count to full, so Miracle working with a second batter in a row at full count.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be inside for ball 4. So Alex McLaughlin, believe he's a center fielder today for the VIU Mariners, will find himself at bat here with a runner at first and 1 away. VIU looking to add to their 3-run lead that they currently hold here in the top of the 8th. McLaughlin 2 for 4 on the day. And he'll watch that pitch come across the plate for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike to McLaughlin. Bowers, the runner on first, with 1 out here. Miracle will check Bowers at first. Bowers scrambles back to his bag safely. And they'll be outside for ball 2. It's going to be well out of play, and I guarantee that one. That one's sprayed into the right field parking lot. And McLaughlin looking at a 2-2 count at the plate here. Miracle goes back to first. And they'll be outside. Dolly does a nice job picking that up on the short hop. Gets the chest tap from Miracle, his fellow catching partner, who respects the play that Dolly just made to keep that ball from going to the backstop, which would have definitely advanced the runner to second. And Miracle looking at full count to his 3rd batter in a row here in the top of the 8th. And that'll be a high fly ball out to right field. Sucro going back, and he's going to watch that ball land over his head and go off the fence. Bowers had to hold because there's only 1 out. So he's limited to getting to 3rd, but now runners in scoring position with only 1 away for the Mariners, and they're in good position here to add to their 3-run lead. And they're going to intentionally walk Nickel, probably for a number of reasons. Nickel will put the force back on. Nickel also is having a fantastic weekend at the plate, including a home run. So that'll bring Ryder Duncan to the plate with bases loaded and one out. So some strategy shown by Coach Chadwick here. We'll see if it pays off. And they'll be low and outside for ball one. Miracle will hope to try and incite a ground ball from Ryder, and the Wolfpack will have to decide if they're going to go home with it or try and turn the double. That's going to be a chopper to the shortstop, who's going to go to second. He's going to turn to first, and they'll get the double play. So just as they wanted, Miracle incites the ground ball, and Gabe Powell and Jacob Anker combine again for a double play, this time going to the outstretched Simon Crossfield. And that ends the threat, which at the time seemed to be against all odds. So the decision to intentionally walk Trevor Nickel pays off for Coach Chadwick and the TRU Wolfpack. That sets up the force play that then sets up the double play. And TRU getting out of that inning with no runs against will hope to take advantage of it going into the bottom of the eighth here, down by 3 to the VIU Mariners. Riley Hay will lead off the TRU Wolfpack here in the bottom of the eighth. Andrew Klassen back on the mound for VIU. Quickly down 2 balls, no strikes to Hay. Hay seeing, I believe, his first at-bat of the game. And he'll hit a high fly ball into foul territory. I would normally tell you it's out of play, but that didn't happen last time. Even that one barely went out of play. It's going to be a chopper towards first base. The grounder will be fielded by the first baseman, who's going to flip it to first. Riley Hay, a valiant effort. He lays out and dives into first base, hoping that it would beat the toss, and it almost did. But not quite enough to get the save call. And that'll be the first out of the inning. And that'll bring now third baseman Carter Spencer to the plate. Spencer, who started the game in center field, moved to third base, and he'll watch the first pitch outside for ball one. Spencer will look to get on base here and start the TRU offense, which desperately needs to start getting some runs here late in the game. That call on the outside edge will garner a strike. And that's going to be, unfortunately, a chopped shot right to the second baseman, who pretty much had to take 2 steps to his right. Not high enough to get over the second baseman's head, not left enough to get in the gap. So Spencer will be the second out of the inning, and that'll bring Jared Sucro to the plate. Jared Sucro will watch that first pitch come in at a strike. Sucro politely asking the ump if he may want to reconsider that it was a little too high. That'll be a swing and a miss for Sucro, who's quickly down 0-2 in the count. So Klassen doing a good job at shutting down the TRU Wolfpack in the innings he's come in for. I believe this might be his third, or at least part of his third. And that'll be a curveball that gets hit foul down the third baseline. It'll be high for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Sucro, the right fielder. And that'll be a curveball that Sucro fights off. He got a piece of it. I think it actually hit him to himself. And he'll walk off the sting that he feels from that. Umpire will make the cordial walk out to the pitcher to give Sucro some time to take care of his owie. And Sucro will go back to work with 1 ball and 2 strikes, looking to get on and start the Wolfpack. Hopefully what he would start is their comeback here. And that'll be high for ball 2. So 2-2 to Sucro. With the 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th, the Wolfpack down by 3. And that'll be a foul ball straight back at the screen, which is luckily there, otherwise I would have eaten that one. That keeps the count at 2-2. And that'll be low in the dirt and through the catcher's legs. And Sucro fights back to get a full count here, originally down 2 strikes. Sucro 2 for 3 in the game. I keep saying on the day, but that would include the first game, which I don't have the stats for here. And Sucro will wear it. And he'll wear it somewhere painful. I think it might be the arm. And that is not good news for the Wolfpack, as Sucro is on the ground in pain here. He'll take off his leg guard and his elbow guard. And he'll make sure he starts walking there first before Coach Chadwick can get to him. I don't think Sucro doesn't want to have any conversation about coming out of this game, I can tell you that much. So Sucro will walk down to first. The hard-earned full count hit by pitch walk to first. Not sure where it tagged him. I originally thought it might be in the hip area, but I actually think it might have been the arm. That brings Gabe Powell to the plate. That'll be a curveball catching the outside edge of the plate for strike 1 on shortstop Gabe Powell. And that'll be outside. Short hops the catcher, Graham, who does a nice job at keeping that ball in front of him. Sucro would have been to second for sure. And that's not the first time that Graham's had to kind of throw his right arm or like a chicken wing to stop that ball. And he seems to have that down to a science here. And that's going to be a ground ball to the shortstop, who's going to not field it cleanly. He's not going to get the out at 2. And Powell is able to get to first. I think I think they're going to give an error on that play. So the shortstop had to field it on his backhand and just bobbled it. And I think he'd already made up his mind that he was going to 2 for the force there. But the speedy Sucro able to beat that out. So that, with 2 away here, the Wolfpack live to see another batter, and that'll be Ryan Petrie, who will come to the plate here. Petrie will watch a curveball fall in for strike 1. Petrie 0 for 2 in this game, hitting .285 on the season. And he'll put a high chopper towards third base. He fields it with his bare hand. And it took him some time to gather it, but he's able to go across the diamond and get Petrie out at first. Nice play by the third baseman, who ended up having to corral that with his bare hand. And that ends the TRU threat, who would hope to cash in some runs there and chip away at this 3-run lead. And they'll have one more chance to do that, and they'll hope that it's only 3, and they'll have to shut down the VIU Mariners here in the top of the 9th to have that happen. The out-of-town scoreboard here for the CCBC. You have the Thompson Rivers University Wolfpack beating the Vancouver Island University Mariners in the first game of this doubleheader, 13-3. You had the Edmonton Collegiate Hawks, who are currently leading the University of Calgary Dinos 15-5 in the bottom of the 8th. And it looks like, well, that game looks like it might be over. I think that was a mercy. It says bottom of the 8th, but I think that's going to be a mercy loss for the Dinos. And then it looks like they're in pregame for the second game of the doubleheader between Edmonton and the University of Calgary. Looks like in the bottom of the 3rd, the UFV Cascades are beating OC 3-2. And they don't play their second game of the doubleheader until 6 p.m. tonight. That'll be a foul ball off his own leg. I think it's the batter, Sam McPherson. McPherson 2 for 4 today. Won't chase that outside pitch and sees the count at 2-1. It's going to be a deep fly, way foul. McPherson got all of that, but he turned on it just a little bit too early, and that ball will sail into a parking lot. Well foul on the left side. So 2-2 to McPherson, and he'll hit a high fly ball left side. Spencer's going to try and track it down. Spencer will catch the foul ball in front of the TRU dugout, and that'll be the end of the at-bat for McPherson. So it would seem, I can see the mesh fence over on the left side here blowing a little bit. It seems like once that ball gets hung up there in foul territory on the left side, that breeze that you can see is picked up there by the look of the flags on top of the scoreboard. That keeps that ball in play. And that's just partly me making excuses for an earlier call where I said one was well out of play and ended up being caught by the VIU third baseman. But I've seen it a few times now. And that'll have now the batter, I think Dylan Bowie, up to bat. Lucas Miracle. Inside a high fly ball to center field. Kai Shek looks like he's settled underneath it, and he'll make the catch. And actually, I think that's, yeah, it is. This Manny Recchi has moved out to center field now, so some defensive changes, obviously, to note. Looks like that might be the only one as I look around. And Manny Recchi has come into play center field in place of Kai Shek. And that'll be strike one to the next batter. Oh, sorry, it's, yeah. It appears to be number 13, Caleb Graham. I believe he's the catcher for VIU. And he'll put one out to right field, and that's going to land fair in front of Sucro. Or foul, sorry. So Miracle up 2 strikes on Graham with 2 away here in the top of the 9th. And Graham won't chase the curveball. It just misses the outside edge, but he'll grow the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes. So TRU desperately trying to get out of the top of the 9th here with no runs against. So far, so good. And that's going to be a high but shallow fly ball, and Gabe Powell will catch the ball right in front of Jacob Anker. And they smile at each other. Again, that ball gets up there. It kind of curves to the right because of that wind. And the Wolfpack get what they need there in the top of the 9th. They've held the VIU Mariners to no runs over the last 3 innings. But the 3 innings, or the 4 innings leading up to that, did lots of damage, including, or in addition to the 3-run first inning that VIU had. And TRU is going to have to go to work here in the bottom of the 9th. They need at least 3 runs to have a chance to pull the victory out here. And they haven't managed to score in the last 4 innings themselves, so it'll be against the grain. It looks like VIU is bringing out a new pitcher to close out the game here. It looks like the VIU Mariners are bringing out Carter Chard-Hill. It's a right-handed pitcher coming in to try and close out this game with a 3-run lead here in the bottom of the 9th. Simon Crossfield starting off the bottom of the 9th. Chard-Hill seems to be a hard-throwing pitcher. That one's way outside. Bit of an unorthodox stance for Chard-Hill. And also likes to grunt on his pitches. That's probably what you hear in the background here, in case you're wondering. So 1-1 to Simon Crossfield. And he's swinging a miss. So Crossfield down 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that's going to be down the first baseline, just foul. That'll be outside for ball 2. So count even at 2-2. VIU not happy that wasn't called a strike. Guarantee you Crossfield would not have been happy if it was. Chart Hill comes to his stance, and they'll be inside. I think Crossfield was almost hoping that grazed him, but he'll let the count go to 3-2, so full count to Crossfield. And that's going to be a shot way foul. Deep, almost a golf shot the way Crossfield had to swing that bat. He got all of it. It would have been interesting if that had stayed fair, but it doesn't. The count stays full. And that one will go back over the roof of the stadium. And Crossfield stays alive at the plate. That's 8 pitches in this at-bat already. And Crossfield will send one to high right center. Not overly deep. And the right fielder makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So a good 9-pitch at-bat for Crossfield. Ends in a high fly ball to right field. And that'll bring Hayden Dolly, the TRU catcher, to the plate. And he'll look to try and get on base here and get the WolfPack offense started here in the bottom of the ninth, and their last chance to try and erase this 3-run lead. And Dolly will watch strike 1 on the outside edge. So 4 lead changes in this game. It's going to be fouled back. The catcher's going to have a chance at it, and Graham will make the catch. And he'll retire Dolly for the second out of the inning. So WolfPack running out of chances here. They'll bring center fielder Manny Recchi to the plate. As I was saying, 4 lead changes, which came to a screeching halt in the 6th inning, where the TRU WolfPack haven't been able to add any runs to the scoreboard. And that started actually in the bottom of the 5th. No runs from the 5th on for the WolfPack. VIU has held the lead ever since. And that pitch is going to be called ball 1. Rick will spray one into the parking lot along the left side. And from the sounds of the groans, it sounds like a car may have been the victim of that foul ball. I know I'm not parked over there, so it'll be outside edge for strike 2. I don't know if it's just me, but Recchi, who's a left-handed hitter, seems to fall victim to those outside pitches quite often. And that's going to be another foul ball sprayed into the same parking lot. Maybe it'll hit a different car. You can see the fans in the left field stands looking anxiously to see what's going to get hit. I don't think anything got hit in that particular case. Recchi will go back to work here with 2 strikes against him, hoping to keep the WolfPack hopes alive. And he's going to put a high fly ball. It's going to be in the infield. The shortstop is coming in, and he's going to make the catch. And that'll end the game. The VUI Mariners will get out of this series with a split, winning this game 11-8. And that follows the 13-3 victory for the WolfPack this morning. So they actually each split each day. So an 11-8 victory, an 11-8 loss by the WolfPack in the first game of the doubleheader on Saturday, followed by an 11-4 victory by TRU. That split the Saturday. TRU came back this morning and won that first game 13-3 in mercy fashion, but then they lose a back and forth battle to the VIU Mariners in the fourth game of the series here, 11-8. So they split, and I think if I'm doing my math properly, that means that the TRU Wolfpack currently sit at 7-5 on the season, and that will even the VIU Mariners, I believe, at 4-4, who've only played 2 series. So players will shake hands over home plate. The TRU Wolfpack on the road for the first time this spring next weekend when they travel to Victoria. They'll go take on the Golden Tide, I believe, at Athletic Park. And they'll hope to do better than a split. They've got, in the 3 series, they've got 2 splits, and they won the series 3-1 against Edmonton last week. So they'll go to Victoria next weekend and hope to improve on their 7-5 record. That'll be their first road trip. You won't be hearing me on that particular call for those series. I do believe Victoria might actually have commentating. I don't know if we're going to be able to tune into it, but we'll look to get you information on watching the live feed from Victoria next weekend, their Saturday-Sunday bout against the Golden Tide. In the meantime, the Wolfpack will get back to the drawing board and practice. Thanks for tuning in, folks. That's This Weekend in Baseball. You're up to date in the world of Wolfpack baseball.